and make it work the way it's supposed to. Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming panel discussion goes straight to the heart of the modern marketing ecosystem, where data is abundant, but clarity is rare, where channels keep multiplying, but attention keeps shrinking. This interaction section is titled, We Ask You to Answer. If you could solve one challenge in the marketing business, what would it be? Let's give a big round of applause as we welcome our incredible panelists to the stage. Coming up, we have Sabina Iyengar, the CEO and founder of Integrated Growth Marketing Services. We have Giju Eldhoz, the CEO of Zcalo Inc. And then we also have Harsha Makarala, the CEO of EQ. Let's welcome them up to the stage.
All right. So, welcome everyone. I know it's first thing in the morning and we are session one. So, hopefully, we will not put everybody back to sleep. I think
Competing with breakfast, never
I,
a good idea. Yeah.
I know. Hopefully, everyone's had their coffee this morning. So, my name is Sabina Iyengar, and I am the founder of Integrated Growth Marketing Services. I started the company to help organizations think more holistically about growth marketing through a full funnel strategy. I go from lead generation to client relationships to customer retention. Over the past 2 years, I've built IGMS working with late stage SaaS startup companies as a fractional leader, stepping into executive environments and helping teams rethink how they approach growth marketing and demand. Now, I wanted to start with some context because marketing is going through one of the biggest shifts that we've seen. In recent months, and almost every day, you're hearing that there are tens and thousands of layoffs across tech and corporate roles, many tied to restructuring around AI. Now, 36% of CMOs are expecting the workforce reductions in the next 12 to 24 months, driven by pressure to improve efficiency and to show ROI. At the same time, nearly two-thirds of marketers say AI is already impacting how work gets done, especially in content, research, data, and execution. So, we're in a moment where expectations are higher, resources are tighter, and the definition of marketing is changing, which raises a bigger question. Are we actually evolving marketing or just doing more of the same? That's what this panel is about. And it's not just what we're changing, but what's broken. Where are we wasting our energy and what it will take to drive real impact going forward? Through my work at IGMS and conversations on my podcast, which is Who Moved My Marketing, I see this tension every day. Teams are doing more than ever, but not always driving better outcomes. And I am so excited to be on stage today with these two gentlemen, and let's give them a round of applause and get an intro from them. We'll start with Harsha.
Thank you so much, Sabina. Very nice to be here in Vegas with this community. My name is Harsha Mukarala. I am the CEO and founder of EQ. EQ is built for those sort of marketers, chief revenue officers, those folks that you're talking about. I spent 20 plus years of my career building and leading growth teams, marketing teams at early and late stage companies. And in some ways, EQ was the tool set that I wanted during that period, and that's sort of what we are trying to build. Um, we see that the number one gap that good executives, great executives, in fact, in the go-to-market space um, face is lack of confidence in their own numbers, right? The number of CMOs and CROs who've told me, look, I love my job except for when that CFO or CEO or board member comes, taps on my shoulder and says, hey, what happened with CAC last month? And, we are here to remove that, right? We are here to make data and analysis accessible, comfortable, but beyond that, sort of a real strength for brilliant marketers and revenue operators who somehow had to take on the job of being data monkeys, if you pardon my language,
Sure.
for organizations large and small across the world. And all of what you just talked about, sort of where the marketing world, and the go-to-market world reinvents itself seemingly in terms of channels, tactics, all of that every 2, 3 years. Um, we believe the roadmap for how you actually navigate that starts with good information, starts with good data, and we are here to help organizations solve that particular problem.
Awesome.
Uh, my background is mostly from a product engineering, a technology background. So I'm mostly a consumer of the services that you guys provide. And the perspective that I bring in is, we work with a lot of early stage startups, right? So who are much, low in the food chain, who doesn't have that much of, marketing budget, who has an idea, who built the MVP. Now they want to take it out into the world, and due to price constraints, access constraints, a lot of times they are not able to kind of reach, your services. So that is a place where, I come from. So somebody who has done a product, implemented it, now, they have a lot of questions that needs to get answered with your services, but they don't have access. And how do they kind of do everything right? Analysis, operations, all of that, strategy, everything. So, that is where I come from. So my questions and, contributions would be mostly on that perspective.
I think that's a great perspective because I think we also lose that we do lose that perspective on a day to day, right? So our day to day ends up kind of going away from the actual, you know, as it should not, but it does a lot of times. So I'm really excited to hear your perspective on some of these questions that we have. So really why we're here and what was brought on board is, if there's one challenge in marketing, and I think there's many challenges in marketing right now, but if there's one challenge that we can fix today, what would it be? So I want to hear your perspective
Okay.
because we're from marketing, so we know what's broken on our side, but
Okay.
I'm really interested to see what do you think is broken on the marketing side and how would you fix that?
I feel the couple of points that you mentioned before, right? A lot of people are kind of increasing efficiency by reducing, heads and all of that. So one aspect I feel very much relevant might not be in the, on a, not for a company who's raised the seed or series, right? It could be somebody much more, much earlier in the stage who are building that product, right? For them, the biggest problem is access,
Hmm.
right? And if you see a lot of times, now by default, everyone's job is says like, I will do a better job with that. So that, now what's happening is a lot of people whom I work with uh, are trying to use because of that access problem, right? Now it's a like, two-sided, coin, right? So you have one side in which, you are now just trusting a, agentic system which is giving you some information, but you don't have the vision or, to kind of see if this is getting driven in the right way. So that access is the one problem that I see a lot.
Excellent. How about your perspective?
I love the framing of the question, even, right? Like, what is the one thing? If you just change that one thing,
It-
I'd love to go home and ask my kids or wife that sort of question. What is one thing if we change, then, as though such a magic bullet exists everywhere.
I know.
Um, that said, I think like the one theme that I can point to consistently that we both hear from our customers as well as that I've seen sort of all of my through my career is, if you can get the marketing organization, marketing leader in sync with the financial operational leaders of the business, to where you're all sort of, part of the P&L responsibility. You're not just a cost center as a marketing organization, but you are part of the P&L. You're a driver of the P&L. Your numbers sync with what your financial counterparts or your CEO thinks, for example. You're forecasting off of the same page. You're explaining trends off of similar numbers. For me, nothing beats that alignment. And The rest of it from there, whether it is which channels, how many leads, how much are you spending, how many people are on your team, all of those kinds of things then become much more tactical operational questions.
Yep.
If you're able to get to that type of alignment at the top of the house across functions. And I believe, a lot of marketers do themselves disservice by not investing in that upfront, and not sort of, building that broad-based sort of alignment and transparency, that would help them within their org, right? I mean, among the C-suite, the CMO role, I think, is the one that changes the fastest, that has the shortest lifespan in
Yes.
any given org or something like that. And some very large part of it is because we still think about it, talk about it as though it's some kind of little voodoo dark arts corner of the organization that spends a lot of money, as opposed to sort of being the real driver of the financial success of the business. So, if there is one change I would recommend, despite tactics, channels, leads, all of that kind of thing, it would be sort of go invest the time to get on the same page and open up your books to where you have alignment on numbers with the rest of your organization.
I completely agree. So that is kind of where, and that is what I do from a growth marketing side, is because I would like to get to the customer lifetime value and really take that, outcome of revenue and bring that into marketing and actually own it as well. So every part of the business and everyone that goes into it's invited to the table, if you want to
Hmm.
say,
Hmm.
has something to do with
Hmm.
revenue and customer lifetime value.
Perfect.
When you go to board meetings, when you're going and trying to justify, marketing seems to be kind of like a side conversation and say, okay, well, now let's get marketing in there, but then we'll have the real conversation in a little bit, right?
Yep.
And that's when sales comes in, that's when finance comes in, that's when the rest of the organizations come in. Even HR is being invited now to the table. I feel like marketing is still kind of left on the side, the child's table at Thanksgiving dinner, right? Like we're not really on there.
I
So,
actually have a follow-up question
yes,
because you raised the main point here as alignment, right? So
correct.
alignment is problem. So like now that I see both the sides of the stuff, what is that need to be done from, a founder standpoint or other operations standpoint to have this alignment kind of added?
Well, I think there's this level of ownership
Uh-huh.
and accountability, right? So, at this moment, or usually what it comes out to be, is that marketing, how many leads can you bring in?
Mm-hmm.
What is the pipeline generation? And
Okay.
it stops at that.
Okay. So you'd want visibility more to the revenue that it generates. Is that right?
Correct, correct.
Okay.
So we want to be in partnership. It's always a sales marketing marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like sales is always the more, it, it's the one that takes the responsibility for the revenue.
Mm-hmm.
But marketing is the first one to be blamed if revenue doesn't come into play, right?
Okay.
And why is that? It is because we are just constantly been told that, well, you didn't bring us the right leads. You didn't bring us the right people to talk to.
Uh,
So how can we make money or how can we sell the product?
okay.
We are working, marketing is in a very unique position, in my opinion, and this is the reason why I went into marketing, was because I we work with product,
Mm-hmm.
we work with sales, we work with customer success, we work with everybody in the organization, but we're only responsible for bringing in leads, essentially.
Okay.
And that's the alignment that needs to change. So marketing is aligned, marketing plays with everybody.
Mm-hmm. But you don't have the visibility to data and metrics or
Exactly. Harsha, what would you?
Yeah, I think there's a very large part of it which is visibility, right? Too often, real financial data is poorly understood and poorly connected to
mm-hmm.
marketing activity, right?
Okay.
To Sabina's point, sort of, hey, if I pick a sales team, every head on that sales team has a revenue number associated with them. How much do they bring in sales? What is their target? What are they pacing to it? To all of that kind of thing, right? Similar levels of accountability often do not exist for marketing functions where you're carrying the load of the sort of
Mm-hmm.
financial sort of output of the business, if you will. And this is a place where I have enough bone to pick with, the other leaders as with marketers. Marketers tend to shroud themselves in, mysterious things like attribution models and view through and click through and channels and, all of that kind of thing, as opposed to really talking about, hey, look, like, here are my three sets of activity, and here is how I intend to drive the business from there, if you will. So there's enough to go around in terms of why that alignment doesn't exist. It's not always that sort of it's being done to us. We do this to ourselves as marketers a fair bit as well. But it's the accountability and the visibility both to where you are seen as, and you're owning up to being a driver of the business, right? Good marketing orgs in some ways like can be tremendous sources of intelligence. And marketing orgs that I've worked in tend to be at the very heartbeat of the organization in terms of knowing who the customer is and why are they good customers, why are they bad customers, what's actually working, what products are actually selling, what parts of the product are,
What features?
what
Yeah,
features are actually
customers
driving the
loving.
most
Yeah.
value, for example. Um, and again, the conversation is sort of, hey, how do I cut budgets, or why do I, that kind of thing. From there to shifting the conversation to where your CFO can come to you and say, hey, can you do more, right? Can you spend more actually because I need more revenue, right? Like I have the transparency from you to where I know if I put $1 and I'm going to get, $1.50 back. Um, that accountability and that alignment are critical for any marketing function to succeed. And if you're a small, early size organization, like you talked about, please invest in that now.
Yes.
Because, if that problem is not solved now, it's sort of the two lines sort of diverging. By the time you're 100% org, it becomes even harder to build that alignment. If you
Well,
will.
the foundation isn't built,
Shaky,
and
yep,
then things need to be optimized,
totally,
things need to be
totally,
changed, things need to
totally,
be, and they're like, well, we didn't do it that way before, so now let's just,
totally,
let's continue down this path.
totally,
So just a follow up to that, right? Because we briefly touched upon it. Because a lot of times people try to kind of spend on sales much before than the marketing part. So you see sales kind of overpowering marketing or taking the credit of a lot of things that you guys do. Is that something that you
Well, I don't think I think the real thing is sales brings in the money, right? So who signs the dotted line on the
feel?
contract or the customer? It's sales.
Yeah.
So they're the reason why they bring in the glory, and they're the ones that get all of the
Yeah.
cheering in the organization. Marketing is kind of behind the scenes. Now, I think where we can kind of come in, or what we need to do is, I truly believe in more solution based marketing, whereas why does a company exist? It exists because, or a product or a service, it's because that product or service actually hits a pain point for a customer,
Exactly.
right? Now, what ends up happening is that it's not about that pain point or that story that we can tell, that we can say, hey, this is how we can help you and make your business better. And this is not just from B2B, even from B2C, but this is very much B2B focused. Um, Sales, what they say is, can you write me this data sheet? Can you get me the sales sheet? Can we go to this, conference? I want to go to this trade show. And the story gets lost in there of how do we help the customer.
Okay.
And so we're constantly battling this. Product is saying, can you just tell our features, right? Product is saying, we have come up with these great features, 1, 2, and 3. We went out with these releases this past month. Can you please focus on that? Sales is saying, we just need to get out there and sell it. Marketing is saying, but how does this help the customer, right? How do we help our customers so that they're just not a one and done type of thing? We want to build that relationship. We want to build that retention. And again, it comes back to that customer lifetime value, which then brings in, how does marketing actually bring in the money? And how do we actually impact that bottom line?
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Harsha, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I love that. Again, I love that word credit, right? Like, which part of the organization, so much the amount of energy that we all seem to lose in like whose name is on the thing and who gets credit and that kind of thing. It's the same thing happens to marketers within their own sort of, purview or domain as well. Like, hey, which channel should get credit and should you invest in,
Yeah.
improving your website or should you invest in spending dollars buying leads? I I just, for once, can we please get out of that mode? Can we all just get along, right?
Yeah.
In our current environment, I feel like in every facet, that's what we need to say. But, it is less for me about credit. It is more for me, the universal language of any business, the way you talked about sort of customer pain points and things like that, is the financials of the business. A business exists largely to make money. And how do you translate all activity, whether it is marketing activity, sales activity, product activity? How do you translate all of that to sort of how the financials of a business work? And from there, they're all investment choices. And to the extent the marketers can put themselves up to saying, I am as much an investment choice as an investment in a product is, or as an investment in sales is. And, let's
Mhm.
sort of as a team sit down and make the right decisions as to where we go. The number of times in my career where I've said, look, don't give me that extra $100,000. Use that to hire blah, right, for another person for the sales team, or like fix those product bugs that are killing us in terms of what's happening with with conversion rate or that type of stuff. I think like we need to move away from this notion of like credit to this notion of like investment and output, inputs and outputs, and how do we as marketers play a role in being a part of that equation for an organization.
So with that said, I have another question, and this wasn't on our list, but you know, marketing teams are literally being, removed from the organization because AI can now do our
They will do
job,
everything. Yep.
right? I mean, I've tried it. I've done, hey, can you kind of put a marketing strategy together for me? And I've done all the right prompts and stuff, but it doesn't come out 100%. Do you believe that our jobs can really be, is that a challenge now? I feel like it is a challenge, is to now not just prove our jobs and prove our, hey, we need to have a seat at the table. We need to exist within the company because
Yes.
AI, we can just put it in AI. AI will,
Yeah.
Chat GPT, Claude, Perplexity, all these, they'll just put our marketing strategy together. They'll somehow I don't know how they will execute, but they will somehow execute it and
Totally.
everything will happen, right?
Totally.
Magically.
Totally.
I feel, I'm part of I'm in the Bay Area, so I see a lot of
You
this
live this. Yep.
all the time. I live this on a day to day. And they're like, "Oh, you're in marketing." Oh, well,
Did you know this thing came out?
yeah, I know. Like in the sense that aren't you afraid that your
Yes.
job's
Claude.
going away? And I'm like, no,
Exactly right.
not really. I
Every
feel like,
CMO, every CMO of the future will be named Claude, right?
yes, exactly. Exactly. But I'm interested to hear, as actually from a product perspective,
Mhm.
hearing this, like saying, okay, your product is coming out and now you're kind of, your marketing department is now maybe one person
Not even.
and maybe not even one person, right? So now you're almost expected, or somebody in the organization is expected to do marketing for that and then go straight to sales.
So I'll tell you the real thing on the ground, right? Right now, this particular thing of AI taking over jobs. Last week, Oracle had a 30,000 layoff. Before that, Amazon had, Meta
Yep.
had, all of that, right? So this is a reality. We live in that. Now, all these people who are getting laid off, you know, they're out there, right? And uh, you know, tech has its fair share of problems there as well, right? Engineers are getting laid off in big numbers, and the main reason is AI is able to do a job which is kind of uh, you know uh, technical, you know, it's able to kind of simulate intelligence, right? That's what's happening. Now the part is that it can be given a context to operate in a certain way, right? So you can give a prompt or a whatever to kind of make it behave in a certain way. It can come up with whatever knowledge that is out there, and of course if you it can mix and match different things together to kind of give something out. I'll go back to my first point that I made. A lot of times these decisions are happening because of problems of access. Because if, a lot of times, maybe a three-member team is working on an idea. They build something, and now they are to launch it. Now, uh, they don't even know that they need marketing, right? They look at how do I get it. They search for it. Maybe ask Claude or GPT. They say like, hey, do market like do Google market, like Google ads, LinkedIn ads, Facebook ads, all of this it will say. And you have website, you do promotion on channels, influencer marketing. You get all of this. Then um, then they are from the because and they are also builders and executors. They think like, okay, this is what I need to do. I'll go do. And because all of these guys have a technology background, they will go check Google Ads, right? They can sign up on Google Ads, like LinkedIn, Facebook, Insta, wherever. The problem that happens is the moment that they reach content. That was the time till this time people were getting stuck. I'm talking purely from that particular perspective. Okay. So now I have to come up with messages, themes, assets, all of that. Now, when that thing comes so far, people were just getting stuck there. People were like, okay, now what do I do now? Because this is asking for a message at 30-word message, which can communicate this. Now, now what has AI enabled is I put a screenshot of this. I was like, this is my product. Give me something. Till this time, they were getting stuck there because that was not their core expertise. Now they are given with something which they are able to push through, but still no one knows whether it will work. But that barrier of transformation from that point to next has happened, and because we worked with a lot of these products, which need to kind of run these campaigns on Insta, Facebook, all of that. We ourselves have created one product which does a part of this, right? Making use of all these generative AI tools. It's called Lucy. So generative AI tools to uh, kind of understand your product, and with whatever knowledge that we have, it will get a theme generated. From that theme, it can generate asset, story, and all of that. The part what I want to tell is we are still experimenting on it. It takes care of certain operational aspect, like scheduling posts for it, all of that,
Yeah.
uh, creating some consistent line of story. But one place I'll be honest with that we don't know is from a when an actual human person works on it with your tons of experience, what is the value that you're bringing in? How you change the narrative? How you kind of that particular thing is never there on the table to measure,
Sure.
right? And a lot of times, people doesn't even have the access to understand it,
Yeah.
right? Because it comes with a cost. And all of these guys, before their funding, you're trying to kind of because now the funding scenario is also like what is the traction that you have, for which you need to have customers. For you need to have customers, you need to have marketing. Right? So they would have done something might be in a completely different way, and they don't have that uh, visibility or knowledge. That is a scenario that we see.
I would disagree that they say that they need marketing for that. They just need sales, is what they say. You need customers, we'll
Yeah,
just get sales, right? You don't need marketing for that.
yeah.
We disagree, but that's what
Yeah,
those
yeah.
people
That is that
say.
is that is the information that everyone gets.
Yes.
But for anything to scale, right? To reach the numbers, because we see with a lot of B2B, B2C, all of that, right? So marketing is very relevant there. Now, just to touch upon that other point that you said, what we see is a lot of these people who are getting kind of moved out of the industry, they're trying to solve new problems, right? So this particular set of people who are a small company trying to come and solve a niche problem, that kind of opportunity is going to come a lot. So if there is a way that we can, those kind of people can have access to your way, the fractional part that you're saying,
Right.
those kind of things would be of great value. That is.
Well, I think it was yesterday that I heard, and I don't remember the actual numbers, but they said that there was a huge layoff that was announced earlier this week, and like a record number of LLCs were also created
Yeah.
literally the next day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of that. And it's because
Yeah,
of this, right? Because everyone, what
exactly.
do? We're not going to get a job. So we have to do something. So
Yeah.
let's create something of our own.
Hmm.
And now you're going to have this influx of
People
fraction
needing your services. Yeah.
people, yeah. But then who do you pick? And
Yeah,
then where do
exactly.
you go? And how do you do that? But I would love your perspective on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if you think about it, sort of we've gone through waves again with this stuff, right? And 25 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever that was, when you lived in a, you had two channels, maybe you had sort of, some kind of broadcast channel, and then, you had people calling in or something like that, for example. What a marketing employee looked like was entirely different than, as channels proliferated and, more of these tech platforms came into being and
Yeah.
that kind of thing. For example, skill sets widened, not the sheer number of marketing skill sets that were needed to run a marketing shop sort of widened with that as well. Who'd heard of like CR, conversion rate optimizers and, A/B testers and, you
Yep.
know, media buyers, in platform media buyers, who'd heard of any of those skill sets 30 years ago, for example, right? So, we've gone through we go through these waves. I think we are on a wave now where some of that hyper specialization is going to shrink. We are going back to the era, I think, of the general marketer with the tool sets to be able to do more and to have a broader sort of impact. For example, I think that's what these tools will necessarily let us do, right?
Yep.
And your scope grows as well. If, a marketing analyst or a marketing strategist in my previous teams could manage, X dollars worth of spend at any point in time and do it comfortably, profitably. Today, that number is probably 2x or 3x just because the tools allow them to do a lot more, for example. I don't know that I buy the apocalyptic, like all marketers are going away, but I do think there is a shift in what the skill sets of the future are going to look like. The one thing I'll say, as well as a word of caution to anyone who's thinking about sort of large scale eliminating marketing departments and things like that is, think about the fact that like where does most of your marketing happen, right? Who are you paying for most of your marketing? You're paying Google, Facebook, I don't know, pick
Instagram.
your random aggregator, all of that kind of thing. These are large for-profit companies. Their interest is in taking as much of your money as possible
Yep.
as well. So not having gatekeepers who, watch what is happening, what activity is happening, and what you're paying these platforms for, in terms of sort of output activity, all of that kind of thing, is sort of at your peril.
Yeah.
No offense meant, but Messrs. Pichai and Zuckerberg are not your best
Best
buddies,
friends.
right? Like they're there to take your money as much as possible as well. So, um, just make sure you're building safety for yourself, in that sense as well. But yes, I think we are going to an era where there is more generalization afoot than the kind of hyper specialization that marketing jobs went through in the last 10, 20 years, if you will.
I think, I do have to say AI has made my life a lot easier. So, I specialize more on the strategy side, but because I have my own, agency, I I have to learn how to do content and write and do those kinds of things. And I'm not a writer by any means. And I may not have a content writer that can help me right off the bat. So
Mm.
in order for me to make things go faster, yes, I do take AI, but is it going to replace me? Probably not. So I completely agree with you on that, right? Like I don't think it's a doom and gloom thing, even though that's what it seems to be coming out to. Um, so with the foundation of this misalignment that we're talking about, throughout the organization, if we had to really go more in depth into that from your perspective, right? Now you're also a CEO, you're also a marketer, you're also all of this. So you've kind of seen it in different aspects of the business. If you were a CEO giving advice to another CEO, what would it be? If you were a marketer to another marketer, what advice would you give? And then from a, I would say like a product perspective, because we have a product, I would love to get your ideas on that. And then I'll frame the same question to you, even though you're on the product side, just kind of getting an idea of how you think this might actually work.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're my message to most CEOs would be a repeat of the theme that I talked about originally, right? How do you, if you're investing in marketing, make sure you are investing in it with it as a P&L driver and not as a cost center, right? If you think you're investing in marketing because you need more leads for your sales team, don't, right? Sort of,
Yeah.
help, think about sort of what you're building in terms of fundamentals, think about hiring or growing a marketing function more in that light as a P&L driver, as opposed to sort of as a cost center, if you will. Spend the time as a CEO understanding, you know, how and where that activity occurs, right? If as a CEO, your time, there's rules of thumb for this. Most CEOs should spend X amount of their time on sales and that kind of thing. As an early stage CEO, I spend a very large amount of my time on sales. Most CEOs have the sort of their percentage for what that is. A lot equivalent percentages that way of your attention towards your marketing function, as not. That's what I would tell most CEOs. If I'm talking to CMOs, I would of course tell them like, hey, participate, go, be an active participant in all those conversations. But I think the other message I would give you is, really, really look to diversify, right? These Thanks to AI, the days when sort of you could build specialization. I know shops that sort of ran entire P&Ls off of Facebook or Google or whatever that is, for example, or just organic. The days of that type of hyper specialization are going away. That type of competitive advantage is going away. So knowing how to diversify and knowing how to build that general skill set on your team that can use the prevalent tools, the AI tools and other data tools that are available today, to where you can maximize your ability to participate in every one of those auctions. Grow that skill set is what I would tell most marketers. And then the one last thing, you didn't ask for this, but I'll say anyways, is
Yeah.
if you're a 21, 22-year-old fresh out of college trying to break into marketing, that kind of thing, for example, maybe don't. But if you're bent on it, like, learn, you know, um, before you learn the SEO or copy content, whatever it is, for example, I would invite you to learn sort of good financial management and strategy, and how do you speak the right language to a financial analyst, or or an operations person or a salesperson or your CEO. I would invest in that as much being a marketer as I would invest in learning SEO or Google Analytics or marketing on Meta or writing copy or whatever that is, for example.
Awesome.
So just to kind of, because I had this particular question, because now for a young professional who's going to be in this particular marketing domain, right? Is such a conversation possible uh, at that level? Because that for that they need certain amount of knowledge, right? Now, how would they reach that point? Because all of you guys, maybe you all started your career from that point and you were nurtured through to kind of reach the position where you are.
Totally,
Because we see that in tech also.
Hmm.
totally.
But a a professional to kind of just to have a strategy level conversation with a top professional is very not possible.
Uh,
Like they won't even take them serious, right?
Correct. Correct.
So how do they
I,
reach that
I think
point?
my point is more sort of to build understanding of those types of things, right? So I think, if you're today, if you are trying to break into pretty much any function, to be honest, I'm not just
Yeah,
picking
yeah,
on
we see that
marketing,
in tech. We
in
clearly,
technology as well,
yeah.
right? Like, my first job in life was in technology. Um, I'd never worked in a spreadsheet, never opened a never built a PowerPoint deck before. I'd, never written a proper none of that kind of thing. I knew how to write code and build systems. um, I don't think that's enough today. I would like massively fail if I were starting my career
Mm.
today, right? What my point is more that sort of you should think of it as though you're entering business, not entering marketing or tech or whatever that is, for example. I think like spending the time learning how P&Ls work, spending the time learning how, operations work, spending the time learning how sort of sales work and sales tools work. Again, those are all learnable
Mm.
skills, hard skills, even without having sort of if you end up in a great place, that sort of teaches you all of this. Great. I got lucky in that I ended up at a place like that. But even if not, spending the time to build your general business skill set along with sort of your marketing or tech or whatever it is, your specific entry level skill set, that's more what I'm talking about. Even that, like, is learnable. There is now, again, thanks to these same platforms,
Exactly.
there's
Yeah,
like a lot of available content. There's a lot of ways in which you practice, simulate, build for yourself. That's more what I'm talking about
it's
than
interesting
anything
that
else.
you say that because my degree is actually management information systems.
Sure,
So that was my bachelor's, and I do have my MBA. In MBA, you do learn the financials, you do learn
sure,
a lot about that, right?
sure.
Because you're literally learning about the business and the business impact. I got lucky that in my bachelor's or, with my management information systems, I learned how to code and I also learned the economics behind,
Mhm.
the technology, right? So I also feel like I completely agree with you. I got lucky because that's kind of the degree that I chose. Um, and it was a brand new degree at the time when I was going back to school. It was something that a lot of people didn't hear about. Even my parents were like, what is that? What are you going to do with that? And I'm like, I don't know. It just sounded cool, right? Like that's kind of where I don't want to be a doctor. I don't want to be an engineer. I don't want to be a lawyer. So I'm going to go into this. This sounds cool, right? They were very concerned for a while. Um, but it did teach me all of that.
Hmm.
And that is why I feel like I have a different perspective on a lot of this because it just happened organically for me. So if I'm talking to, and I actually do mentor new marketing, grads and folks that are trying to get into the marketing um, discipline, is I do tell them that. I said, don't just think about it from a creative,
Hmm.
oh, you're creative or you can only do the artsy part or, there is an art and a science behind what you're doing. And that science comes with, you know, the actual business understanding.
Same, by the way, for the other side, right? If you're just a
Yep,
hardcore quant jock or a
yep,
technician or something like that, that's not enough either, right? Go spend the time learning, what the supposed dark arts on the other side are, right? I think we are more and more, for people looking to make a career in quote unquote business, more and more looking at the general business operator who knows how to play across the spectrum, than in the kind of hyper specialization, functional hyper specialization that, in some ways the millennials got used to. But, again, I'm not going to name generations and that kind of thing. But I think that's I think the lesson that I would take away.
excellent, excellent. I'm curious, with the folks that are here, do you guys see something similar? Are you seeing something completely different? All of us are coming from different areas. Do you have anything for us that you think that we haven't covered or that we haven't, touched upon at this point? Yes. Y-
AI, and there's a lot of anxiety around it. It's impacting every area, every marketing, from CXO to tech to health to education, everything.
Yep.
So the comment was made that AI has come to do the things that machines do so that humans can get back to the things that humans do. And I thought that was a very profound statement. And what I want to ask is, what are your thoughts on that?
Do you want to take that first?
Yeah, so like I will go to what Harsha said sometime about business, right? What is important is money, financials, right? So for this till this time, there used to be a corpus of, you know, like monetary aspect, which used to trickle down for the contributions that you made to an organization or the value that you provided there. Now, what we see is that opportunity is getting lost. Right now, if humans are supposed to do what they are supposed to do, and machines, the AI is taking over the job that machines are supposed to do. How do you answer the question right now? How was it going to kind of? How are you going to pay your bills? Right? It's as simple as that. You, I feel that is a I don't have an answer to that in terms of how you're going to solve it, but that is a reality I'm very much concerned about, because this particular, you know, we have next amount of population, right? Now, every time when a technology leap happened, if you look at, starting from industrial revolution, every time the income and the disparity has widened always. So this is again, I think this is again going to do that, because the people who have large amount of capital, they will deploy that on systems and tools, which will eventually kind of take away your time. Ultimately, time is what get
Hmm.
monetized, right? So there need to be systems and guardrails. So that is something that I'm thinking will evolve as a part of it, where there is a democratization of uh, new wealth. Now that new wealth could be something like, uh, so if you this is one thought I had. Why are you paying Meta or Google? Why are you paying Meta or Google? Right? It is to buy time of attention span of maybe a 10-second or 8 second of somebody like maybe that person sitting there, right? Now that time is owned by that person, which Google or Meta enables through their platform, which somebody else who is a potential somebody want to sell something. So now there is no way that particular a part of that money is going to the viewer. In fact, he's selling Google all his time, right? There is nothing that is going there, right? So same goes with a marketer right now. You guys spend your intelligence on building a creative,
Hmm.
right? A messaging, a strategy. The strategy is put to work for maybe years. You just got paid for the time that it was used, but it is your intelligence that is getting consumed over a period of by an AI. Now, how did AI come to know about all of this? It learned from existing system. It learned from the copies that you wrote. It learned from the code that I wrote, right? That's how AI is able to do that. Now it is replacing me. It is able to do that, and maybe big corporations are able to generate money through different channels. How is that going to benefit me or you or that particular viewer whose time actually got spent? So I expect that there will be new wealth, strategies that will come around. That is the only way I think it can get solved, right? So yeah,
I think we're at time.
I think
Oh,
we're
sorry.
running out of time, but
yeah.
I don't know if you guys are available, but we can
Absolutely.
definitely continue the conversation after. I think we're being asked to
Oh,
wrap this up. Um, you know,
oh,
Yeah.
sure.
yeah.
Great question.
Exactly. That was the point I was also
That
making.
is the question. And I think that that has happened. I mean, if you think about it, and I can say this pretty quickly, is when the phones came out or when laptops came out or all this new technology that was supposed to make our life easier and more efficient so that we could spend more time doing the things that we love to do. And I feel like it has taken actually more time away from us. And I feel like AI is going to do the exact same thing. And you're seeing that. So exactly what you said, we're not going to get paid at the higher rate. We are going to get paid at an even lower rate because AI is going to be doing our job. So they're not going to pay us at the current rate. They're actually going to pay us at the lower rate.
And the only way out is to get new economics to come up.
Yes.
Yeah. That is the reality that we are.
I don't think of it that way. I think of it more from the lottery side. I think let's just all win the lottery or actually win money here at Vegas, and then we'll all be golden that way. But
Mhm.
do you want to
Uh,
say some final thoughts?
won't even touch that.
Yeah,
Won't even touch that. But I think that's a real question. I think but I trust that sort of we'll all figure it out. We always have. So
that's why we're all here together today, right? And for this week is to have those kinds of discussions. So, well, thank you 2.0 for having us on stage and having this conversation. If there's anything else, please connect with me or any of us on LinkedIn, and we would be happy to continue the conversation that way as well. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all.
All right, a big thank you to our speakers for sharing such insightful perspectives and sparking fresh ideas. Now, let's turn our attention to something that impacts every business in this room: how people discover information today. The way audiences search, explore, and engage has evolved dramatically, and businesses that don't adapt risk getting left behind. With new technologies and platforms reshaping behavior, staying visible is no longer as straightforward as it once was. So, how do you stay relevant when the rules of discovery are constantly changing? In our next session, we will be having Alan L. Krishnan up to the stage. He is from SkillNet Solutions, a private limited company. He has over 40 years of experience in retail, manufacturing, trading, and IT. Let's welcome him up to the stage.
Thank you. I can't tell you what an honor and privilege it's to be here. And this was on kind of short notice. So there's been a slight slip on the intro. SkillNet Solutions is one of my clients whom I advise, manage. I'm on the board of directors. I run their companies in the UK and Canada. But my personal identity is Team Up Corporation, which you will get at the end of the show once they get the presentation slides moving. And I intruded on the, I couldn't avoid, still they bring the presentation up. I'll apologize for the question I asked in the end, because to me, that is my greatest nightmare. Okay, now we can get started, which is awesome, and I hope it works. It's not moving. Right now, okay. Nope, still not working. Nope, still not working. I think it'll be a good idea if you actually move one on and then you hand it over to me. There's a slight switch on the right. I don't know if the battery is dead or something. It certainly is on, but it's not moving. Ah, now it came. Let's see. No, but that may be managed from there. Okay. Okay, I think we have it now. Okay, perfect. Awesome. This is a great start to what I'm talking about, because the last word he told me, if it doesn't work, just say next and he'll move it. So there's always hope with a human being involved. And the fallacy, even among our greatest thinkers, historically, including Bill Gates, whom I have great regard for, is they speak things out of turn and then sometimes retract, other times live with it. One of the things Bill Gates said somewhere in the last year, which shocked me beyond imagination, is, oh, in 10 years, teachers and doctors will be redundant. They'll be obsolete. And I'm wondering what has been smoking or drinking. But lately he changed it slightly, very subtly, saying that in a few years, teachers will be able to get away from the repetitive tasks where they add no value, and they would focus on where they add value. So I said, thank God my judgment of Bill Gates 25, 30 years ago was not wrong. Anyway, it is often stated that AI will change our lives beyond imagination. Yes, that is true. It doesn't necessarily mean it will change it for the better. It will reduce our work life from what used to be 6 days, which now is 5. And in the future, it'll be 3.5 days. What will be the impact on earnings? And honestly, we are almost not equal, but almost equally divided between men and women. And women who are typically the principal agents, managers of a home. And you went through a nightmare 5, 6 years ago during COVID, when all the time the spouse and the children were at home. What was the impact on your lives? Thank the Lord, it was short lived and it went away. But just imagine for the rest of your life, your spouse and children are going to be at home for 3.5 days in a week, half the week. What a nightmare it's going to be. And if you go on the internet and search, there was a very short film, 7 minutes, by an actress in India on that, where she did, which was so amazing. Any of you want to watch it, give me your card and tell me, and I'll send you a link to that. Now, what does AI bring to the table that is dramatically different from changes in the past, particularly in the field of education and healthcare, because that's going to impact our lives in work and out of work. And high impact on AI-driven education. Automated delivery has been around for years. Testing, evaluation has been around for years. So AI is only old wine in new bottle. Zero special addition of anything. However, AI offers automated production. That is where AI is going to be really valued. If you're in education, periodically curriculum changes, content changes, new textbooks come. And the teacher has to develop the assessment for it, which will take the teacher months of hard work. And not everybody is necessarily able to do that because the teacher operates at a level, the students operate at a lower level, so there are challenges. With AI, anything that's the printed word in PDF form or Word, and to some extent even in video, I can do assessments for you and give them to you at different levels of difficulty. Basic, little medium, and very advanced. So you can give different students different levels of difficulty in assessment pertaining to their level of expertise and performance, and thereby ensure that every child has the best chance to perform. Now, I'm a very below average student. You give me the top assessment, I'll get minus, not even zero, I'll get minus marks. And what do you think is going to happen? I'll be so demotivated, I'll just get out of school and say, what a horrible, lousy teacher I have. I don't know about any of you, but the only subjects where I've excelled is when I'm in love with the teacher. I will break my hand or my head to please that teacher. I can tell you for $200 trillion, AI can never do that. And I don't have that money, but I'll offer it to you if you can tell me how AI can do that. And that is what people are missing. So educational content is now easily created. Assessments on this can be created in hours for an entire year. And AI-driven assessment now takes only minutes. That is where we should be using it. Now, I am involved in this field, and there's a phenomenal book called The Science of Mind Management. And all of us know that today the greatest challenge is mindfulness, the absence of it, and how it's messing up with lives. Most of us are adults halfway into the grave. It's not that critical. But I fear for our children. And for them, this will make a huge difference where the book will guide and it'll help the adults also do better. Now, anyone who's interested, again, let me know. I'll send you the PDF version of the book and an assessment. You can take the assessment before you read the book, take it again after you read the book, and see the impact, how it helps your learning. Oops. Now, encouraged by the success of that book I showed you, we have developed full year assessments of curriculum for physics, biology, and mathematics for one of the largest educational systems in the world. It's called CBSE, Central Board of Secondary Education in India. And this will have, soon we will have the entire curriculum on our system and offer it to schools, to children. Now, our AI technology, as I mentioned earlier, has created this in 3 levels of difficulty, which will make it much easier for the teachers to share it with the students. Oops, sorry. Now, all of us know that Alfred Nobel invented dynamite, which changed the world, for better and for worse. The entire highway system in the United States is there because of what he did. Dynamite is what broke through mountains and rocks and built the system, which has made us one of the most well-connected, productive nations in the entire world. Our growth is because of that. And today, when there's any crisis, you can get relief supplies to our city very, very easily on the road. But the same thing has been used for destruction. And we are seeing our hard-earned taxpayer money, $2 billion a day, is being blown for absolutely no reason because of misguided, misplaced decisions, priorities. And that is the tragedy of Alfred Nobel's work, and that's why he died in pain and agony. I'm very curious who of AI is going to die in pain and agony because of the hardship and destruction they're doing to our children and our adults and our whole communities. AI will do more. It will revolutionize learning, helping teachers to focus on what only teachers can do, inspire. And that is where our focus has to be in using AI. Now, many years ago, when I was a lot younger, barely not yet graduated from college, I was a postage stamps collector. It's a hobby of philately. And there was no book on stamp collecting in India. So I wrote a book called it Stamp Collecting Simplified. But as a college student, I had no money to pay for publishing the book. But my city in Mysore, Karnataka, India, had a benefactor, Mr. F.K. Irani, who ran a motorcycle company called YesD. And you have a little picture. This is the back cover of the book. So I reached out to him and I said, this is my cost. Can you give me 3,000 rupees, which was something like $450, $450. He wrote a check, and that's how the book came into being. And the advertisement is a little bit faded. You can't read. It says, beauty is only skin deep. All of you know that. YesD is the exception. Great on looks, greater in performance. Ask the man who owns one. At that time, it was only men who drove motorcycles. Today, it's different, but that's what this was a corporate YesD message we put on the book. They supported learning through philately. Now, inspired by the success, I wanted to publish more books, but again, you know my poverty line, I have no money. So there was in Bombay a shoe company called Corona Footwear, and the president of the managing director of the company was a leading philatelist. So I went to him, spoke with him, and said, I wanted to speak with him, but there's no access. It's like me wanting to meet Bill Gates today. That'll remain a fantasy probably in my lifetime. But there I went to Delhi as a judge for a stamp collection, and I was coming back through Bombay to meet a gentleman who published, whose book I wanted to publish. The book was called India Used Abroad. In the interest of saving time, I'll tell you I want to ask you a question. What do you think it was? It is a collection of postage stamps of India used in foreign countries that had no postal system and no postage stamps. It's a fascinating book. So I've never met him. So on the way back, I let me meet you. And he said, hey, do you want to meet somebody? And I said, yes, I want to meet Mr. G.C. Jain because I just want to meet him. And so he said, okay. He asked the gentleman and he said, okay, let him come to my office at 10:15. I'll give him 15 minutes. That's not what he said. He said, ask him, let's all meet for lunch in the Taj Mahal Hotel, which is the best hotel in Bombay. I reached there, unfortunately, 15 minutes late. And then I apologized to him profusely. He said, no, don't worry about all that. Let's have lunch. Let's talk. Now I'm wondering, how do I ask him for 3 or 4,000 rupees when I'm already guilty and late? And then he suddenly says, nobody is teaching children the lessons that stamp collecting can teach them. If anybody did that, I would support it and pay for it. Now, this was more than an answer to my prayers. And I said, okay, sir, I'll send you something. I go back. Some of you may remember the old-fashioned typewriter. You type and hit the carriage, go to the next line, type again and send. That's what I did. Put it in an envelope, sent it to him. He liked it, gave it to his PR manager who loved it, gave it to his advertising agency, and they said, get him here immediately. They flew me back to Bombay. And out of this was launched the Corona Stamp Collectors Club, which is India's first customer loyalty program. And in the world, I believe until today, there's no loyalty program to beat mine. And I'm saying that with the reason we'll come to in a bit. So here, the thing was simple. Come to my shop, buy anything for 50 rupees, which is about $6, $7 at that time. And a child in your life will get 1 year membership in the Corona Stamp Collectors Club. We'll send the child a book on stamp collecting, postage stamps, albums, all kinds of things. People would embrace it great. And then every quarter we would have a competition. In order to take part in the competition, you should include a proof of purchase from the shop. No value. It can be a pair of shoelaces, shoe polish, socks. We don't care. Just come to the shop, buy something, attach the proof of purchase. It became so addictive to the children who did not have a need, or the parents didn't have the money to come and buy something every quarter. They would line up at the door to the shop. And when you come, sir, madam, please can you give me your proof of purchase? Some will say, sure, why do you need it? Then they'll tell them this, oh yeah, go, good luck and give it. Some will go back to the shop and shout at the manager, why in the world didn't you tell me? I have a child who should be there. Oh, sorry, sir, I was very busy, I forgot, sir. And that is the impact it had on children. So what we did, the first day we launched it in one state, Karnataka, where I lived. Second year we took it to South India. Third year we made it all India. Fourth year, we were the largest philately club in the world with over 26,000 members. No computers, no email, no Wi-Fi, nothing. But that's the impact, completely done by our passion and hard work. And the expense was not trivial. We're spending a lot of money, which the footwear company gave me. The point is learning. And my club using AI is going to be exponentially stronger than what I'm working on right now. Gamification is another huge thing as a learning tool. And as technology people, technology is in your lives all the time. Day in, day out, even when you're sleeping, your head is thinking technology. And technology is all about learning. What you all know, I probably cannot learn in 100 years. But there are young people in your organizations who have to learn and have to deliver. And that is where AI can really, really make a huge difference. But in learning for just academics, we would give tournaments where they can play games within their own classes and across different schools and make gamification a fun tool that will help them learn better. Now, the evolving demands of leadership today and beyond are something nobody can forget. Running technology companies, it really, really is critical for every one of us. First, you're in a generation where preteen girl students are extremely stressed out. To me, they are children, 15, 16, 13, 12. They have no business to be stressed out. But we as adults have failed and provided an environment, created an environment where they are stressed out. I live in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. in Fairfax County. Right next to me is Loudoun County, which is one of the richest counties. It's also the world headquarters for everything to do with storage. Anything to do with the cloud, it's Loudoun County. Most of the high school girls there are members of the LGBT society, not necessarily practicing anything, but they are. And there's a reason why that happens, and that is something is again caused by us and our society. We have a workforce with very limited experience solving real life problems. And now they have to come to your company, work with you, and solve very advanced problems. This needs extensive training that you provide, and there's no guarantee of outcomes. Whether they will learn, succeed, and deliver, it'll take you 3 to 6 months to discover that. And you hit successes from time to time, fantastic output. There's no guarantee when some competitor will pay them a little more money and attract them. How do you retain them? These are not trivial challenges, they're harsh realities of life. Now you have a dearth of experienced management teams. Everyone, and actually, the most difficult place to speak is when you're just before lunch. To be the speaker between a hungry morning and then lunch is a terrible place to be. I don't know if any of our panelists are still here, but what is more difficult, you are good, more difficult than that is to speak after a good panel. It's a hard act to follow. So long I hate this panel, they're doing such a good job. Will you ever be impressed or value what I speak? That was my fear. So the dearth of experienced managed teams is a major problem that we have to deal with, and that is not easy. And AI is going to make it 100,000 times more difficult because the well accepted harsh reality for everybody is this: AI is going to take away entry level jobs. Okay, so I have a child who goes into college. The college education costs more than my mortgage. It costs more than the house. If I'm buying a condo, I can buy a condo for less than what a college education costs in a good university. And there's no guarantee of any kind that my child on graduation with the best of honors will get a job at minimum wages. So instead of spending $250,000 in American University or Boston University, where my children went, or Wellesley or Bryn Mawr or Harvard, where my nieces went, I would do better invest that money in a street cleaning or house cleaning or senior living assisted services business, and the child will have a lifetime of income. Is that where we want to head? Do we want to kill all innovation, creativity? That is where AI can very easily go. The second thing which I really, really don't understand is we kill all the entry-level jobs. The more experienced senior people retire. The mid-level people get promoted to fill up the senior positions. If any of you know, please tell me, who's going to fill the middle-level jobs that fall vacant? Because there's no entry-level people who have learned you can promote. And just be patient. If you're lucky, you'll die and go away, and your successors can deal with it. But God willing, you will not. God willing, you will be alive. And now you'll wonder what's going to happen to my business. I've lost everybody. My senior people are gone. There are no mid-level people. You do lateral hiring. You're just transferring the problem. You're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. So I'll take from your company and solve my problem. And now your company is going to be in trouble. You'll take it from his company. And somewhere it's multi-level marketing. There is somebody who's not going to have an opportunity. Is anyone thinking of that? Welcome to the new world. Yes, sir. Well, all of this varies by organization, preparedness, and their resources and training. I am exaggerating the problem for shock effect because the hope is they always say, you aim for the sky, at least you get for the earth. You aim for the earth, you're going to be dead on arrival. So by exaggerating the problem, I'm hoping that there will be some solutions that you will think of. And you're the leaders. What you think of is what will spread in the marketplace. Now, one critical question. Are all your leaders at your business? Is your work the only place where you are the founder, where you need support? Awareness, no. Oh, sorry. Awareness, no. Your home is the most important place where you lead. Never ignore your leadership team there at home, which would be your spouse, your children, your parents, your siblings, and Maybe I'm somebody else. You have to focus on your home in order to be successful at work. Saying this to hit you in the face and remind you of something is important with the intent. Every employee of yours has to be happy at home in order to perform in your office. And that is where you set the tone, set the training, and everyone does that. Okay, enough listing all the challenges and thing. I don't want to be the doomsday prophet. We know we have challenges and everything, but I'm sure we will do. What can leaders do? You can do everything by number one, setting yourself up for success, to be always positive and take stress out of your life. Can this be done? 100%. I will give you a very simple prayer. You try that out every day, once in the morning, once in the night, and in between whenever you want to, when negativity hits you. It's a very simple prayer. It's God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things I can and the wisdom to know the difference. The moment you start following this, you will never ever know stress. What nonsense talking? What is stress? I don't even know what it is. This is what you will start telling the people around you. You spread this within your company, and the same thing will happen. Let them spread it with your families. The same thing will happen. And we'll offer programs with which you can do this, and you build your whole workforce so they don't start worrying like the question I asked. Oh my God, if I'm working 3.5 days a week, will you pay me higher hourly rate, daily rate, or will you just pay me 3.5 days, or you'll still pay me 40 hours a week, but only ask me to work 3.5? No one has the answer. Now, if I keep stressing about this, I'll go nuts because I have no role in it at all. I have to accept whatever my employer gives me. And that's why I have to accept the things I cannot change. But what I can do is say, okay, my employer may cut my workforce, my hours to 3.5 days a week. What can I do the remaining 1.5 days? Maybe there's something I can do and supplement my income so I'll still maintain my lifestyle. This is something as a company I would put up together. So my employees, I'll offer them a second part-time. My main job itself has become part-time, so I can offer them another fractional time where they can use. Maybe they can mentor people or do something. I'll put back my profits into paying them so they go and mentor the youth or something in the community. So we have to first, and who has the most at stake? It's you, the employers. So list the issues impacting your company, involve your leadership and workforce. And at CXO, we have several very creative experts, speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, delegates. Evaluate their offerings, identify the most aligned experts. These are vetted, proven experts you should meet, experience the chemistry, determine the fit. Definitely meet affiliates at CXO 2.0. You'll have a lot of good people there who can help you hold each other's hands, solve problems. We have a service provider here, Scale, which is affiliated to CXO company. They are fantastic to increase your digital presence. A lot of the things the panelists spoke about last, they can help you with. There's another company, Reach IQ, to exponentially improve lead generation. Take the leap of faith, work with them, and you'll find your lives can change. Coming close to the almost end, why me and why now? Because one, I have extensive experience in Asia, Africa, Europe, North America. I believe I'm the master of out-of-the-box thinking. That's my middle name. And your growth is my priority when I'm working with you. And Team Marketplace platform is something I'm offering very soon to all the people who participate in our events here. My pricing is very reasonable. I have a retainer and big bounty pricing. So I deliver results, get you money, and then I say, give me a cut of it. And right now, for conference participants, you'll get 50% off, not for today, tomorrow. I'm not a used car salesman here. It'll be available to you till the 15th of May. So you just express interest, reach out. I'll send you a questionnaire. It's like taking an exam, answer questions. We'll see what we can offer you, and then we'll talk about. Money is not the goal. Your success and growth is, because that'll automatically give me a boatload of money. One of the things very critical is employee benefits. That's an area very simple. It's not rocket science. Major medical health insurance, Sometimes you pay more in major medical health insurance than in payroll for lower level employees, clerical staff, and so on. So that's a very critical area that it can give you a lot of value. Okay, if you can just get the previous slide that has contact information. So tech support, can you please bring back the last slide? No, that's the first one. Okay, I can advance it to the last one. So if whatever I said resonates with you, please feel free to take a picture of this. Due to my incompetence of this morning, I left my business cards in the office, and I'm sorry, in my room. So I'm not having it in my pocket, but I will get it on very quickly. And I do have a booth here, so look around, you'll find me. And I'm available. I'll be more than happy to speak with any of you. And any questions that anyone has? We are slightly over time, but I think we can do one or two quick questions. Awesome. No questions is always good. Either I was so effective or is of no value to you. In either case, thank you for being here and enjoy the rest of the show. And I hope to see you all in Singapore when we have that in December, followed by with a short break in Dubai. It's a phenomenal opportunity to expand your services across the world. And in between, you can always take a short holiday in India for those of you who haven't been there before. Again, reach out to me. I'll see how we can help you with that. Thank you and good luck.
All right, a big thank you to our previous speaker, Alan, for such a thought provoking session. Next up, we have a very interesting topic. It's called The Gap: What emerges when artificial intelligence advances faster than people. Let's give a warm round of applause to Kao Kao Anderson Almeida as we welcome him up to the stage.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't think I need this microphone. I'm mic'd up over here. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? It's been a long road. We came from Florida, passed through Atlanta, Chicago. We're on our way to the Silicon Valley, all the way to Seattle, to then go back to Brazil, where we are developing a couple of big projects. I would like to do engage you guys a little bit because we're here to have a conversation where we can all contribute to each other in this road of technological advancement. Who is here just a general consumer, or here who is here just building something for somebody to consume? All right. Anybody just a general consumer? You just consume technology, right? So we don't, I didn't see a lot of that represented in here. But when we're building what we're building to who? We're building to these people that consume, right? The consumers. Now, what is the main strategy? What is the main strategy for any modern business today to navigate? Is to understand customer behavior, right? It's not sales, it's not the product itself, it's not the tech itself, unless you understand the customer behavior. If you understand the customer behavior, you can then give the customer what they want at the time that they want. But if you don't understand the behavior, what they consume, when they consume, what they want, you might be talking or building something for somebody that no longer exists. Then we know the history of all the companies that died on the way, right? Kodak, that thought that just keeping the film on their camera was the way to go because everybody wanted to carry a photo. And when people were actually wanted to share a photo and digitizing that photo was where the consumer behavior was going. The capacity to read that behavior, anticipate that, and then deliver what that new behavior that was established to that customer is the secret. And we see a few companies doing that. But I talked to a lot of people here during the 3 days we've been here. And we came from at least 15 boardrooms on the last 20 days. And we have worked and consulted for three big military projects where we had, for one single project, 165 meetings with uh, 75 different personnel in different levels. When we do that and we start reading what exactly is happening in the boardrooms, but the gap that I'm seeing is what's happening in the boardrooms is not reflecting on what the consumer behavior shift is right now. And then I see everybody running after the tech, everybody running after what's the next shiny object we can deliver to the consumer. And I see most of the consulting that we do, people building the stuff for consumers that no longer exist. So have you thought about that for a second? I'm going to do something here. Okay. God help me and don't make me fall off the stage. But I'm going to put this chair right here. And it's just a symbolism, right? Because we are all building something and we're forgetting that right there next to us, there is the person we are building this stuff for, right? So who are they? Well, I know we all know marketing research, we do all of that, right? Everything changed. We know that the way we analyze market data, market sentiment, and all of that, it has completely changed. Now, are we efficient enough, or we're just chat GPT in the question of who wants my product, right? And I see a lot of tech people just, and a lot of entrepreneurs, and a lot of engineers focused on what shiny object I should put in, but is it shiny enough for who I'm building for? Does it add any kind of value? There is a crazy, crazy amount of skepticism uh, and skepticism towards AI from the general consumer. Are you thinking about that? Is anybody putting that into the equation as you build something? The adoption of your product does not represent the amount of shiny functionalities and objects that you put it in, but how shiny it is for the people that are putting their attention to it. For 100 years, we have been trained people to be and to replace machines, to put people to be the spreadsheet, the algorithm, the production line, and trained people to fill that gap. Now the gap is completely different now. Now, do we understand that? Is it even in the equation? So then when AI comes, it it just goes across the entire world as I don't want this. I don't want that synthetic stuff. Was that done with AI? So I was in film and television for years and years and years. What I'm seeing happening now is all the companies are shifting and hiring. Just now, NFL, right? They fired uh, 1,000 video editors, and they created autonomous agents that can capture the scene, capture the play, and process that and have it on their social media channel in seconds without the intervention or any video, any videographer, any editor. So then they started rehiring some of them because the connection to what the humans are really looking for, it started getting very synthetic. But how is that happen? If the same moment that is being captured by a human being and edited is the same way being cutted by a an autonomous agent. So somehow the way the very mathematical, meticulously produced material that's put in carries with it that synthetic warmth and feel in it. And people somehow develop a way to detect it. And the numbers shows something completely different. But the research showed that that's the direction that they needed to go. Now, have you stopped to analyze your market research? Have you looked at the consumer along the way during the entire process, staying focused and understanding without your emotional contamination on that process, right? Have you looked at it and understood that it has shift? There is a gap that happened right now. And then what's happening with people is understanding this. I was not built to be a machine or to do machine work. Now is the time for me to put the machine where the machine belongs, which is to do repetitive work so I can do what humans are supposed to do, which is to solve problems. So they are focused in that they have to be architects of solutions for problems that were created by tech to begin with. And if we are not focused enough and not understanding who we are speaking with, and if they are still in the room when our product is ready, so who are we building this for? Who is going to fill that gap when this is going so fast and people are taking their feelings away from synthetic content? So as all you know, Meta has been driving away traffic from content that is fully AI built or driven. So they are favoring more organic content because somehow people have a direct connection to it. I would love to hear from you guys. Is this where you at right now? Is it your vision? Are you changing the way you do your market research and understand the consumer behavior along the way? We spoke this week with a lot of people that we sat on the table, especially engineers. We were talking about two things. Two things were very important because that's what came from the military projects and the government projects that we're working with. And then the question always comes in, and where is Apple in this whole thing? Oh no, Apple is late to AI. Absolutely. It's obvious because everybody is just throwing their right their models and they're creating their uh their products around those models. So I'm not here to praise Apple. I'm analyzing the framework, okay? I need you to understand that. Um, and any good framework needs to be praised, and that's about it. So they when you all know the story. So when they came up with the MP3 players, they were not the first, right? Then they dominated the market. They were not the first smartphone. Nokia and BlackBerry dominated almost 80% of the market back then, right? Then they dominated the market. So Apple waited 3 to 4 years. Then that same thing happened with the tablet. Same thing happened with the smartwatch. And then they dominated those categories after being accused to be late to the game every single time. Apple has this pattern of understanding and creating a different way to analyze consumer behavior and anticipate the change and the level of adoption so they can then refine what's available and then deliver it what the gap was. So understanding that gap is always important. But now I would argue in saying that's what I brought to the table is that, okay, that's fine. That framework, it worked for all these categories of product that Apple developed for the past, how many decades? 2, 3, 4, whatever that is, right? Um, I would say that right now, the framework is still very effective. But the time that it takes for you to analyze the behavior, the tendency of change under the behavior, the shift, and how long it takes for that shift to take place, it has shortened dramatically, right? So in Silicon Valley, they say it's 6 to 8 months. It goes Oh, because now Moore's law means nothing, right? So in 6 to 8 months, if you have a market research that analyzes and gives a result of what is the consumer behavior for that product, it no longer is applied when the product is completed. So how do we deal with that? So then Apple, I think, changed completely the game that they're on. So they went from the software to the hardware game, and they're playing the hardware game to give people the ability to have their own model and install on their own machine. But they're not going to provide the model, right? So I think the next shift will be iPhone will become a hub for all the LLMs available out there, where you're going to be able to tap in whatever LLM you want to power Siri. So anybody heard about that yet? Anybody heard about that yet? Probably not. But that is the talking to engineers, being on the table and discussing about it. That's the direction we feel it's going. So now they will supply the hardware and they let the consumer choose whatever LLM they want. But then there's a huge shift on the adoption of LLMs, because now all of a sudden consumers are okay with downloading LLMs locally on their computers and running locally and not paying API calls from cloud service. And then everybody stops and says, whoa, hold on, hold on. How about security? They don't care. That's the truth. They say they care, but they don't. When it comes to the fact that they have the practicality of having something installed on their machine, the consumer behavior determines that if I have control, I'm willing to give some of my security away so I can have full control of it and still not pay for anything. You understand what I'm saying? So this is not I'm Brazilian. In Brazil we say that there is a device called a thinkometer. Okay, that word doesn't exist. It's made up, but that's how we say it in Brazil. A thinkometer is when you measure things by the way you think. I think it should be round. I think it should be blue. I think people adopting because they like to have a computer and they want to buy a Mac Mini, right? So if you take the thinkometer out of the way, and then you start looking at the numbers and the shift and the level of adoption and how that is going, how fast that is growing. If you ignore that, you might be ignoring the same way Blockbuster ignored the shift to streaming, the same way Xerox ignored the shift to personal computer, the same way Kodak ignored the shift from the film to the digital picture. Are you with me? I know it's only two of us here. But listen, I'm more like a conversational person, okay? Then I'm not here to teach you. I'm here to tell you what I have experienced on this journey. There is a gap. Now, do you understand what that gap is? Oh yeah, we all sit on the table and we talk about the 80,000 layoffs on the last quarter, just on this quarter alone in tech, right? We're all discussing the 30,000 people that Oracle, the layoff of the 30,000 people from Oracle, right? Um, but we're not understanding that what is the sentiment of that consumer right here. How do they see that? They're getting more and more and more skeptical about adopting technology the way we are delivering. But here we are, beautiful. We are founders. We're tech people. We create, we create a solution for you. I have an app that's going to change your life. There's an app for everything. And this app, if you use it, ignore everything else because this is going to be great. Obviously, because it has our filling in it as well, right? And are you looking at the shift? Are you looking at the numbers? Are you still looking at the business plan on the table that Airbnb brought in and said, well, let's go ahead and have people rent their own rooms in their own house to bring a stranger and everybody just pushed that away saying that you're out of your mind because nobody's going to do that, right? Or Uber when the business plan was on the table. And then the business plan and the business model was we're going to get a ride with a stranger. We're going to pay for it. And that's the model. And they push it under the table because nobody believed it. But there was someone looking at that chair right there and seeing the shift, anticipating the shift. What was not okay, what was not normal, now is. Now is okay for me to load up a very slow, small, compact LLM from the cloud. I don't care if it's a Chinese model or an American model from Silicon Valley. People don't even know how to explain. I just encourage you to look at those numbers and do not ignore, because those are not computers. Those are people. Those people are changing the behavior right in front of our eyes. Being skeptical about any AI you bring into the table. Being skeptical about all the shiny objects that you're creating and telling them that is going to change their lives, solve their problems. Being skeptical about you are using their biological weakness against them to your advantage. Who is going to change that narrative? Who is going to fill that gap? Is it going to be a bunch of blockbusters and Xerox and left dealing with the gap? And that's what I want to encourage you to think of. Just sit back with your business plan. Does your business plan challenge the thinking of today? Does it embrace the change in the level of adoption and whatever that adoption is? Do you have that in your business plan? Do you have that in your framework? Do you have under your timeline? Do you have that on your roadmap? Do you have it or not? Because right now, if we're sitting on the table with the VCs, right? I'm talking about everything I filter here. I was throwing in the stage here to cover up for someone, and I'm grateful for having the opportunity. So I didn't prepare something from the slide deck for you. So I decided to take this entire journey from these military projects, government projects, and boardrooms to come here and tell you what the gap is. People are waking up that everybody that is involved in adopting tech the way we are and the way we are offering, they are on the devil side. They are on the dark side, and they're coming for me, and I need to protect myself. And then somebody comes online with a narrative that, oh, you go ahead and download a 20 billion parameter small light model, and you buy a Mac Mini or, you know, uh, whatever computer you have in your closet, you install that. And here's the beauty of it: if you unplug from the internet, you can still talk to your LLM and you can still get the benefits of AI. It doesn't matter if it works. It doesn't matter if it's good enough. It doesn't matter if it's slow or it's not enough reasoning to solve problems. People are adopting because it hit the spot. And that's what's happening. Then we sit down in the boardrooms of the big tech companies with all of these CEOs, CTOs, CMOs, and they're all talking about that. Then we come over here, we sit down with all of you. Nobody can explain the direction the consumer behavior is going. And then we are all sitting on the table and talking about behavior from 12 months ago, from 18 months ago, from 24 months ago. So is that a blockbuster mentality that we are developing our product and base that on? I need you to think about that. Am I being a little harsh? Uh, well, welcome to a really, really, really harsh reality. I am, again, I'm bringing what is happening over there. We come to the table, we talk to everybody. We need to adopt that. We need to implement that system. And they do this. They go ahead and take the consumer out of the room so they can talk about their strategy on how they can exploit the vulnerability of their use and their habits. So when that happens, and you focus on that and you are part of it and you're not creating the solution to understand that gap and fill that gap, who is going to fill that void? So there's a lot of gurus, there's a lot of people out there that is creating enough noise, that is creating enough buzz for people to pay attention to and start changing their behavior towards something makes no technical sense, and you're coming to the room to make sense of your tech. You need to make sense of the person you're building that tech for so you can build it around their needs, but not the needs of yesterday and not the needs of today, the needs of tomorrow. When I have an LLM installed on my personal computer, I don't care if it's a Mac Mini, if it's a whatever it is, BlackBerry Pi, right? Is that BlackBerry Pi? Is that the $10 little machine? That's it, right? BlackBerry Pi, that's what they call. So there are people installing these little tiny models in these $10, $15 computers, and they think that their life have changed. And no other big tech are hitting that spot the way these people are. Now, why am I saying that? Because when the numbers come back, there's a lot of people still ignoring that number. The number is too large, it's too big for you to ignore and keep building towards the boardroom and not towards the people, and filling that gap and changing the narrative that, listen, we're on your side. We're on the side of humanity. We want to bring humanity back to all that you do. And this is a wake-up call. Okay, we got to stop. We got to stop dreaming with the 18-month ago customer. They know they're not in the room anymore. They're not listening anymore. So I was talking to the group yesterday about, and that's the reason why I decided to write this book, not with any kind of technical explanation first, but with the framework that I've seen everywhere in every boardroom. Just let me give you an example. We were in Brazil developing the first urgent care facility fully automated with AI workflows. Uh, in Brazil, some of these urgent care facilities, you could take up to 5 to 8 hours in line to get your spot to do a regular blood work and to be seen by a doctor through 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. So we mapped everything. And then we started the process and the strategy of implementation. Then we started making the questions, asking the questions, right? About the clarity of where we're going to go and why we are doing all this. Then the city we were building this for had 300,000 people in that town. Then their health system had 975,000 profiles. Very simple problem, right? Duplicated profiles, whatever that is. So, but we don't want to touch that. What we want to do, we want to automate the workflows so these workflows can eliminate the lines. So if you bring AI and automation into the room before you bring clarity and the strategy in, you're amplifying the mess that you have. The mass of your database, the mass of your CRM, the mass of your context, engineering system and workflows and roadmaps, whatever you got. So how much clarity is in your workflow right now? How much clarity is on your where you want to go, exactly where you are, and what steps you need to take to get there? If you don't have that level of clarity and you bring AI into the room, and that's what we're teaching everybody. That's what people are doing, right? And they are adopting tools, tools, tools. Now they are understanding that what they need to be is architects of solutions for problems. And that's what the big tech companies are looking for. They're looking for orchestrators. When we build our autonomous agents and the AI agents with the sub agents, we always have to have what? An orchestrator on the top. And we always use what? The highest reasoning level model. So everybody here, all right, say you do Opus 4.6 for your top one, and you do your Haiku for the sub agents, or you do a local model. In this case, we do a lot of Gemma, right? For the sub agents, so they can process. So when you organize that way and you have these agents automating the clarity you bring in, it gives you superpower. But when you bring the chaos and the confusion of your strategy, it will scale that exponentially. So I want to finish this. And this is what I want you to take from this conversation, which is not the clarity about your strategy only, is that are you really keeping the main subject of your strategy in the room? So you can always look back at it and reevaluate the level of their adoption for whatever you're building and whatever you're providing. Because you might get to the end of the week and analyze numbers and find out that whatever you bring into the table is no longer relevant for what they're looking for. And unless there's clarity for you to face that, you're just bringing the tool into the room to amplify a message that's going to talk to no one because they're no longer there. I would love to answer questions. If you don't have them, fine. Great. Very good. Very good.
You did such a great job, number one.
Thank you.
And number two, all right, so the race for AGI, okay?
Correct.
We know as every and I'm almost gonna ask what is your prediction for Apple waiting in all this? Like you're saying, is they wait for that strategy to see where it's gonna be shifted. And there's a part of me that's like, whoever wins this AGI race, of course, it's like the 4 minute mile, right? Once somebody figured it out, everybody did it. Like
Right.
it's just it's out there in the ether. It's a conscious collective energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I almost feel like when the race is won, of course, or at least gets started, because that's the beginning, it'll figure itself out to create more products, more services, more whatever. And that company that holds that is going to create all the little sub facets.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you think Apple is waiting to do? Like to jump in when the 4 minute mile and so on and so on? Or what are your thoughts?
All right, great question. And you brought three questions in one, and I'm gonna try to say no. I love it. I love it. No, I'm gonna do the best I can to separate it. First of all, this is my take. I think AGI is already there, but it's just they just don't have any way to put that to use and contain that and use that in their advantage so they don't lose the race. Because the moment it's out of control. Out of control. Now, I want to be very careful what I'm saying because when I say AGI, there are different versions of AGI. Okay, I'm going to give an example over here. So I use an AI system just to go ahead and create a robot arm, and I need this book to be dropped over there. All right. So I created a system and a workflow with an LLM to do just that. But now, me, a human, I'm going to drop this. I look at the floor. Oh, this is not glass. Okay. Okay. This is not metal. Oh, this is not cast iron. All right. This is not that heavy. Oh, in order to hold this and not drop it, I need to put that much force on this finger and that much force on that. Oh, I'm doing that while I'm not looking at it and I'm looking at you. But at the same time, I see that you're nudging your head and I'm seeing at the same time on the corner of my eye, I'm looking at that camera All right. And on the corner of that eye, that light over there is bothering me. Every time I look at it, it come back here and it changed the perspective. But I'm still processing everything I was doing here all at the same time. And then when I dropped it, I say, how long is it going to take to get there? Is it anything underneath it? And what if I try to grab it before that? And then I process how fast I needed to be. How could I put my arm down there? And what's the position of my leg and my arm and my torso in order to do that? For me, that's AGI. And they're nowhere near that. If that's what we mean, we're nowhere near. So I believe they will create. AGI is not going to be one system. AGI is going to be a stack of systems that will perform and simulate everything that I just talked about. And there will be no system anytime soon in a stack or whatever that can cover all of that. Second question. Uh, Apple is running the hardware race to provide to the general consumer what NVIDIA was able to do for the data centers. Okay? So now, when I feel that it's okay for me to download a local LLM into my computer, I look to what? To a Mac Mini that sold out in the last few days in most parts of the country because people are looking at it. Just research that. And everybody's saying that Apple is behind. Apple is $14 billion surplus on the first quarter. All the Mac Minis, people feel the M5 chip, because of their unified memory, it's perfect to run those models. I can run a data center in my house with a stack of Mac computers, and I can run an entire organization. We just did that for a government institution. So you take the Mac Studios that have 500 mega and 12 megabytes, gigabytes of RAM, and then you stack 3 or 4 of them, you have a data center that has infinite possibilities. So Apple is coming to serve that. They don't care about the software and the cloud race because they're watching that demand to become permanent, and then they're there to serve. Now they have billions of phones in everybody's hands, and that phone will become a hub to house all these LLMs. Okay, well, go ahead, throw your models out there, let people use, because they will be able to download it into a phone that they already have, and that will add more value to the phone. I hope that answered your question. Did I miss anything? All right, very good, very good. Now, there's more to that. We can talk to that. You can get my contact, and we can talk about it. And that means it's done, right? That means, yes, you got to go, or I'm going to cut you off. So thank you very much, everyone. All right, folks, understand what that gap is. All right.
That was an insightful discussion on how discovery is evolving and what it means for businesses navigating this challenging landscape. A big thank you to our panelists for those valuable perspectives. Now, let's take the conversation a step further and look at how consumer behavior itself is transforming. Today, more people are living, shopping, and interacting entirely online, where convenience, speed, and personalization define every experience. As digital first lifestyles become the norm, business must rethink how they connect with customers in a world without physical touchpoints. So, how do you truly engage an audience that exists entirely in the virtual space? In our next session, Selling to Digital Only Consumers: The Rise of Fully Virtual Lifestyles, our panelists will explore how brands can adapt to this shift, create meaningful digital experiences, and build lasting relationships in an increasingly automated and AI driven world. Get ready for the practical insights, innovative strategies, and real world examples that will help you stay relevant and competitive. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelist as he takes the stage. We have Rob Stewart, founder and CEO of CR Equity AI, coming up to the stage. You're welcome.
Okay. So I'm going to be doing this solo, so I really want to apologize in the beginning because I don't know. Anyway, I'm Rob Stewart. I'm the CEO and founder of CR Equity AI. We are a fintech that is an emerging direct lender, both in small business and commercial real estate financing. So we're going to be talking about like living virtually and then getting into the psychology of your client because of where we are in today's world. If you think about it, when I was a child, 40 something odd years ago, right? In order to go out and do business, you probably got a series of roebuck calendars. Anybody ever remember that? Montgomery Ward, Seals roebuck calendars, classified ads, thrifty nickels, things like that. Um, that has changed mightily, right? We had the invention of Windows, 386 and 3.1. We transitioned to instead of getting a Windows 95 CD and re-upping from Windows 95 to 98 to 2000, all that. You remember those CDs? Now you actually get downloaded updates on your personal computer. And then we moved into this thing called social media. The reason why I share these kind of transitions with you, at every kind of impasse, if you will, and paradigm, we've had to get into the calculus and get into the mindsets of your client. And if you're in small business and you have a great product, but you're not able to reach your client, you have a great product that nobody knows anything about. The reason why I share that with you is that's a struggle that I face every day. All right, so I'm going to kind of live, I want you to live vicariously through me, and hopefully I've been on this crucifix long enough where you don't have to pay for my sins, all right? So I want you to imagine yourself, right? I'm in a very paper, very laborious, intensive environment, lending, the four-letter word that everybody out here has had to deal with in owning a business, capital. Just imagine, right? You've got to go into a bank. You don't know that person. You got to fill out all this paperwork. You got to bring in all this stuff, stool samples, bank statements, DNA, your firstborn, a kidney, whatever they want, right? And then you sit across from this individual and they're nodding their head and they're asking all these FDIC, FINRA, questions of how long you've been in business, right? And how much revenue have you done? And tell us all about your business. And these are just qualifying questions. And what they really are, right, is to weed you out to say no. I mean, that's really where it comes down to. But at the end of the day, one thing that you cannot deny is sales, right? At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters in a business. Being, ethical and legal, but sales. We're here to generate revenue. If anything that comes out of my mouth or what you're thinking in the back of your mind is not tied to an RGA, revenue generating activity, you should not have a job, because that is really the only reason why you work for the company that you own or lead, right? In order to get there, you have to take a step back and you need to understand where your customer is. So about a year ago, I had built this platform and I thought it was a great idea. AI, immediate underwriting, all these girls and guys can come into my funnel. They fill out one application, they get a term sheet, and they get funded the next day. Sounds great, right? Well, the problem with that is the industry was not ready for that. Even to this day, I still get emails from people. Rob, can you just send me a PDF application? Can you fax something to me? What? So living virtually has caused us to really step back and re-engineer our process, right? For example, when we built our platform, we were SOC 2 compliant, okay? We had ISO certification, and everything on this right here, this desktop, looked perfect. But guess what? When I pulled it up on my iPhone, I had a garbage sandwich. It was a cluster. I'm a military guy, so we call it Charlie Foxtrot. You can fill in what the F stands for, but it was bad. I mean, it looked like poo-poo, right? It was bad. So I'm like, all right, who cares? Well, I ran my first Google/Facebook Meta campaign, and I pulled back some data, and I found out that my client who lives virtually, 79% of them were on mobile devices. They were not on this thing here. Now, I want you to go back to what I just kind of explained to you. I'm in lending, right? If you ever went to a bank to get a loan, that's a lot of paperwork, right? Who in the hell would have ever imagined that somebody would want to do that from their phone, right? That's not something that you would plan for, right? But as when you think about virtual and you think about actually touching your client, the fact of the matter is this thing that's in my left pocket right now is more powerful than computers in 1995, even all the way up to probably 2010. It moves quicker. It accesses more things. I can move something from the cloud from my phone in seconds. I can send this to him with AirDrop without even putting it on an email server. That's where we are today as business owners and operators. It's not about your product really. You can have a great product, but if it doesn't relate to this gentleman right here of how he wants to do his business or how he wants to, conduct what he's trying to get done, means nothing, and you're going to get overlooked. So making that shift, and when is the right shift, and how do you go about doing that? There are a lot of people, and I'm not throwing mud against anybody, who are out there that says, come to me, I'll help you market. We'll reach that client. We'll get this and that. We'll charge you $5,000, $10,000 a month plus ad spend and whatever else. And we'll generate all these leads, right? Let me tell you what I did. 3 months ago, when I got hit in the face with this shovel about this whole mobile app, I call it the East Coast West Coast rivalry, right? Desktop was the West Coast, and the Apple was the East Coast, and they were feuding against each other. I went to my marketing team. I said, hey, listen, I want to set aside an A and B round testing. I want us to fix our mobile application first, right? And I want to set aside an A and B round testing, and I want to test some creatives, right? But before I do that, I want us to go out and get some people that's going to give us some real time feedback, right? So I went out on Facebook and I went to our local community college and I said, gig workers want it. I want your feedback. I'm paying you $20 an hour, and I want you to come into basically our funnel, and I want you to wreck it and tell me everything you like about it, everything you hate about it. And I got a lot of feedback. I got humbled very quickly. I found out that my user journey sucked. 27-step process. I advertised, get funding immediately, but it took more for people to open the app and upload stuff than it did to even get to what they wanted to get to, right? Because of where people are at in the world, and that I will never meet this gentleman. I can see his IP address. He can hit my website and have a conversation with my AI bot, but we probably will never break bread. 99% of your clients you will never see. And they're okay with that. The best client we have comes in, uses very little AWS space, submits their deal, gets their approval, signs off of it, gets funded. We get our commission, we get whatever, and they move on. They're happy, right? That's the best client. So when you're thinking about like living virtually or having a virtual space, that's really the mindset, right? Going back to it, revenue generating activities, number one, but number two is getting actually into the psychology of your client in order to facilitate that. So going back to my example, we go in there, we wreck it, we get a lot of feedback. We take the 10 top concerns of that, right? And the number one concern, believe it or not, was this mobile app pretty much does not allow me, right, to do what they say they can do. And I called this gentleman. I said, all right, I don't understand that. He said, well, Rob, number one, it's very difficult for me to upload PDF documents on a phone. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. I said, what's your second thing? He said, number two, too many steps. He said, if I can't do it in 4 or 5 steps on my phone, forget about it. That explained why when people hit our Facebook, they hit our landing page, our creatives, they were only spending 1.5, 2 seconds max. They would go on there, they would look, they said, you know what? forget this, too many spaces, not going to do it. So guess what we did? I had our engineers go back. We did an API interface with Dropbox and Google. So now whenever someone comes on our website, they've got all their files ready for their loan. We tell them, we set them up, right? They come in, they get a little video. We say, hey, look, this is what we're going to need. Okay, so ideally we would like you to go to a desktop, but we know that you're probably not, because 97% of the people who have done this before do it from the phone. It's going to take a little bit longer. Hey, if you do it from your phone, it's 5 to 8 minutes versus from a desktop, it's 2. So what we did there is we kind of, what we in the military, we call it leading, but we let them know what was going to be expected of them, right? People hate surprises. Who hates getting a subscription as a service bill for something that they haven't used, application on their Apple bill or their Google Play Store, and you're like, what the hell is this chart? Because it's like a 3-letter and it's got like 5 X's behind it, and you have no idea what it is, and it's like $19.99 a month, and you deleted that app like 3 years ago. People hate that. Absolutely hate it. In fact, they feel like they've been robbed. But subscription as a service has made billions of dollars off of that, unfortunately. That's why you have apps now that go after and actually find those, right? But going back to it, get into the calculus, right? So when we add value, it's transparency and providing information, right? So living virtually does not mean skipping over the important things of those two kind of tenets of transparency and providing information. It's very easy to do that. But as a tech guy, right, I'm just like, all right, man, cool. Just get on here, download the app, submit your thing, da da da. But we gloss over that because we're not in the position of our client, right? So we went in there, we made a small video on our A and B testing, 2 different versions of it. We took a 27-step process, made it 5, right? Then we did this cool thing of just linking your Dropbox and your Google or your iCloud. I think we do all 3 of them now. And now our conversion rate went from like 0.001% to 2%. Now we have a metric, right? We have an audience, we have a metric, we have a target audience, we have slants. So then I engage in marketing firms. Say, hey, look, I've got a 2% CTR. I'm not a marketing guy. And then my folks internally, they're good, don't get me wrong, but they're not like the best at creating the creatives that are sticky and, convert and whatever else. So we were in a position where we figured out what our technical problem was. We got into the mind of the consumer. Right now, all we got to do is just find something that's cool out on TikTok or YouTube that people want to click on, and we're off to the races. And we did that, right? What I'm trying to convey to each and every one of you is that this living virtually, it's not something that I would gloss over. As you design, you continue to implement and innovate, because it's very important. Because at the end of the day, you can have this great product, you can be the smart kid that nobody knows. Because at the end of the day, your boss, your shareholders, your family, whoever's giving you capital or, in your corner for you to continue, in order for you to feel like you're doing the right thing by them, you've got to continue to produce revenue. Now, what did this brainchild cost Rob? I like data, right? So I pulled it. I said, okay, I looked at 2 things on the cost side of it. The brute force method, where I just glossed over and did not do any of this stuff I just told you about, that ended up being about a $700,000 loss leader. How did I measure that? I measure that by the number of impressions, the number of clicks, and the number of abandoned loan applications on my platform. I took that number out. I took the aggregate number of what that business would be. And I said, my conversion rate typically when someone hits my website is 10% once they finish a loan application, which was $7 million of gross actual sales. So that was 700 grand. Who cannot stand to get another 700 grand in their revenue? Probably everybody in it, right? When you think about it like that, that's a very dynamic way for you to present this, right? So some of you own your companies. Some of you actually are operators within it, either C-suite or whatever not. Some of you are advisors, right? So when you go and you talk to your CEO or your board or whatever, they're going to say, hey, look, that's great that you went on this nice little journey through the woods and you found out all these issues with the website, and this virtual issue with our clients, but we're already making money. We're making great money, right? When was the last time anybody in here ever sat down and did an audit their mobile or their actual desktop application with your tech team? When was the last time you did it? Sir? The last quarter. What did you yield anything at all? What did you yield? Do you mind sharing? Right? Great. I'm gonna add to that. Who knows who's heard of SEO? Four-letter word, right? Who's heard of AEO? Does anybody pull AEO reports? Artificial intelligence optimization? If you email me, I'll send you a copy of the email chain because you're probably gonna think I'm bullshitting you, and I don't do that. There was a guy, there was a client, literally last month, because we did this user journey mapping, right? Sends me an email, one line says, "Hey, I want to set up a call." Okay, so it's a call. There's a $10 million loan that we're actually finishing this month for him. It was a refinance of a portfolio of some commercial properties. You know how he found us? ChatGPT. This is what we're talking about living virtually, right? A year ago when we started this journey, we used ChatGPT just to help with our AI bot on our website, respond to email, right? Getting back to what you kind of pointed out, we had a very singular, narrow focus on what AI was going to do for us, right? But when we actually looked at going back to the user journey, living virtually, getting into the minds of our client, one of our team members said, well, hey, Apple has this AI intelligence with Siri. And then one of our interns said, hey, Rob, did you know that? I didn't know this. That ChatGPT is hit 2.5 billion times a day. I was like, what? 2.5 billion times a day. Everything from where's Chinese food near me to should I marry this girl I've been dating for 6 months or dump her? Or should I go and get a loan from CREquity.ai? 2.5 billion, right? So if we're living virtually, and if you did not raise your hand and know what an AEO is, there's some people in here that don't, unfortunately. And I didn't know either. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know either. You're missing out because right now, because AI is evolving so quickly, I'm gonna give you a tip from our marketing folks. AI is evolving so quickly. There's a high probability that what you do has not been snatched up by like the titans of the industry. What do I mean by that, right? I ran an AEO check and found out that my company, been in business 3.5, 4 years, ranks within the top 10 of AI direct lenders on ChatGPT. So you mean to tell me that when people type in commercial real estate lending, at least from an AEO perspective, I'm in the same conversation as Blackstone? Okay, I'm okay with that. The reason why I'm pointing this out to you is that if you think about how your clients are going to search for you, right? You probably don't have a brick and mortar shop, or maybe you do, but you probably do business in other areas in which you don't have a physical location. So the way you reach those folks is ensuring that you have those sticky keywords, those SEOs, the things that they're searching for. Again, because we are in a virtual society, 100% digital, almost. And as AI continues to grow, learn, understand our isms, whatever else, instead of you being kind of the afterthought or not even looked at, as you continue to blog, post, update, audit your actual experiences, you're gonna increase your footprint in that virtual society. For example, In this audit that we did of our processes and changing how we kind of took our users along the journey to completion, we updated our metadata. We updated tags, right? We started thinking about how we were blogging because those changes in those keywords and phrases is how people search. We started backlinking to things that were relevant to our content based on where our clients were. Again, going from the desktop mentality to phones. People want short code. They want short keywords and phrases. They're not going to sit there and type out, give me a FHA 2003 rehab loan for a portfolio of single family homes. It's not going to happen. It's too much, right? But what they're going to say is, I need a loan for a fix and flip. That leads into that. So how many times are we actually getting into that, putting that out there for our client, right? So I won't beat that dead horse in the ground. Anyway, moving into that, of the business you've done so far, how many of you go back and look at your current consumer or customer base and scan it for opportunities? Does anybody do that? All right. There's an old saying, and I think even as AI, and I'm just going to give you some tips. You take whatever you want from it or whatever. But in our CRM, we have a lot of hits. We have a lot of like just what I like to call false starts, where people will come on, they'll do competitive market intelligence, or they'll just research some of the white papers. We're talking about AI and fintech and tokenization. They're not ready to buy, but they're interested in what we're doing, right? So they'll subscribe to the newsletter, or maybe they'll refer a friend or whatever. Well, in this journey of understanding where our clients come from, I found out that we had 66,000 people, IP addresses, that had hit our website over the last year and a half. So I go to our tech team and I said, hey, I want, based on the data that we have through this mind map we just did on this exercise, I want to go back through that data. I want to be able to put it through, so we basically built an API that reverse engineers IP addresses and basically give us a digital fingerprint and contact information for every person that's at our website. So now, because I want to understand where my client is in the process, I have Sales IQ through Zoho, and there's some other commercially available products out there that not only will tell me what this gentleman is looking at, how long he's looking at it, but what he's actually clicking on, and then how I can actually get in contact with him either through his social, email, or IP address. So what I do is I bring him into my funnel based on how I got him on my site, and I put him in a newsletter workflow. Maybe he's looking for information for her small business growth. He's in Series B. So sending him information about commercial lending is probably not applicable to where he's at in his growth stage, right? So when we talk about living virtually, it's not just trying to jam square pegs and square holes. It's more so in the perspective of designing your offering to where that client is based on their habits of clicking on your website or going through your app with their phone or whatever. And that takes a little bit of time. That's not something you're going to do overnight. But to be transparent, we're converting 5% of those clients that are in the CRM. Believe it or not, right? So think about it. You have capital or revenue generating activity already in your database. It's just how you're packaging it and how you're marketing it and then going to market with those folks virtually. Now, how does AI help us in that? Generative AI, I think, is going to really close the gap depending on where you are and what you do. For us, it's very easy. If I can give an example, I'll show you how. We actually have, on the commercial real estate side, we actually are into the FHA, Federal Housing Authority, and HUD database, right? So I'm gonna use you for an example, sir, if it's okay. This gentleman over here, he has a ballooning loan. I know his property address. I have all his details. I know his loan's going to mature next May. I know he's paying 10% on some construction or some commercial building in Las Vegas, Nevada, and it's for $10 million. I know I have a loan product that I can do the exact same loan that he has at 7%, right? I have his WhatsApp, I have his text message, and I have everything. Now, if I just send him a message out of nowhere that says, "Hey, Mr. Smith, I'd like to refinance your building on Las Vegas Boulevard and save you $300,000 a year in interest," that's probably gonna go into spam. He's probably gonna think I'm bullshitting because because I'm sure the relationship he has is with a banker or somebody he's probably went in person with or has done business with, right? We haven't built up that affective relationship for him to say, "I'm gonna click on Rob's link. I'm gonna go down this little rabbit hole with him. We'll see how far." He's not gonna do that. It's not gonna happen. So when you live virtually, it's not about just the data and it's not about the sexy toys and products you have. It's really building that connection with the client. And the cool thing with what we're talking about today is there's a lot of toys out there that you can do that with, right? That's not very evasive, it's not very salesy, but will make him feel comfortable where maybe he doesn't want to, do the refinance application through the app, but maybe he wants to schedule an appointment and we can actually talk more about that sensitive business and saving him some money, right? Those are the things in which scale companies, those little narrow things. The example I just gave him, we did a test launch of that last month for the first time. The information I just gave you about how it almost failed in a lot of areas was exactly what happened. I was like, man, people are driven by money. They want to save. It's a lot of inflation, a lot of, gas is $6 a gallon. Shit. I mean, I'll send them this and they'll click on it, they'll just go right through the thing. I actually got on the phone with two people, converted those folks after I talked with them. But the feedback I got was Rob, I get a lot of spam. I get a lot of calls from India. No offense from anybody from India. I get a lot of calls from India, and everybody wants my social security number. Everybody wants to run my credit and give me the best thing since sliced bread. I should have time for that. So living virtually is about, right, getting into the head of the client, making sure they know your brand, making it easy for them, and then building up that one-on-one connection for them to click through that link and take it through there. And the fifth thing about that is the over delivering on whatever it is you say you do in multiple ways, right? So I was supposed to have a battle buddy up here, but he got busy, I guess. Hit the strip a little bit too much last night. So, I don't know the guy. I've never met him in my life. So please don't look him up and be like, "Hey man, you got drunk last night, left Rob on the stage." Don't do that, please. But what I would like to do is I'm here to answer any questions or take any beatings from anybody. Is there anything that anybody has or observations or concerns since we've got a few minutes? Sir? Yes. I'm glad you said that. Basically, what he said was he heard about AEO yesterday for the first time. Most people, it's relatively new. I didn't know about it till about 2.5, beyond, 2.5, 3 months ago, right? But who's ever heard the term land grab? Okay. I think with all my PhDs in AI, I think that um, we have all this stuff going on where AI is continuously like refreshing itself and it's learning, and you could be like today's hero, tomorrow's villain type thing, right? But I really do think at some point there's going to be like a line that's going to be in the sand at some point, especially where everybody's going to kind of move away from like the API call and pay by tokens and stuff like that to more smaller, language models on your localized drive or whatever. And I think the companies that continuously show up in these searches and these queries are going to kind of embed themselves, right? There's a competitor of ours. I'm not going to give you the name of it, but they've been around since 1997. Their product sucks, but sorry, okay. Yeah, so they've been around since the 90s, so they're the OGs of like commercial lending, and you could probably look them up. But their website looks like it was built on what was the thing before uh I don't even know the thing. We're on React now. I'm getting ready to go to something else, but what does everybody use before that? I don't know. Anyway, so yes. Oh my God. So they're on this like Windows DOS built website. It's pretty bad. And anyway, but if you go back and you actually do like Google search, these guys had this domain for since like literally like 1998. And because of what we built, right, we could get in there and get all that IP traffic they've had for 45 years and probably do some damage with that, right? So I think the guy's going to probably go out of business. And if he does, I want to buy his domain, but I'm not going to tell him that until he like punches out. But um, going back to that, what I was trying to get there is that I think if you are putting AEO in the forefront right now, and you're doing the things that the AI engine is picking up, right? Running the AEO report and the SEO report to see exactly where the deficiencies are and optimizing your pages. Like for example, we in our site mapping, there were pages like ghost pages that we had updated and done revisions and transitioned over to a new like web form and stuff like that, but was still showing up, and that was preventing the artificial intelligence bot from crawling our site, which was not allowing those keywords to show up in AEO. So we immediately got rid of that, went back to the organic search keywords that people were looking for, and within about 72 hours, so started to kind of crawl back into the search query, right? And those are the types of things that you have to do. Unfortunately, Google and Bing and all these other kind of guys or whatever not, they search when you're not awake. They do it at night and whatever in weird times, and you have to stay relevant with that. So that's something that is like a continual battle that you're just gonna have to kind of get through it or whatever. Any more like questions or concerns? No? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It does. Correct. Yeah. Yep. And pull it through that. Oh wow. Yeah. No, no, no. And you make a good point. I'll give you another nugget too that because I hired a firm to actually audit our stuff after we did it because I wanted to make sure I was doing it right because I have no idea what I was doing at the time. Still don't, but I fake it till Um, the small short descriptions that you put about that white paper or that product, you know, that has a lot of weight, right? And then here's another thing. Um, Trustpilot, I don't know if Google Search Console has done it yet, but Trustpilot for like 300 bucks a month, 400 bucks a month, you can actually API your reviews of those products back to your web page. Now, we did that, and we went on this gift card palooza. I'll make it short, but we went on this gift card palooza where we were offering clients that had good reviews to go and, but they had to kind of, we were asking them, prompting them to select a certain review, and then that would automatically go into the thing. We had a couple people do it, so whatever. But what that did was that helped on the AEO side because it posted back on our back end, and it ranked us because it was organic, it was fresh, had the keywords involved in it, and it allowed the AI engine to crawl that. And that's constantly like updating about our service. Now it could be done very, very easily for a product as well. So a lot cheaper. Yeah. And I got, like I said, we found out a product that was broken. We fixed it, and like within 3 months, got a closed transaction off of it. So I mean, it's paid for itself over and over again already. Yeah. Great point, though. It does. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Yeah. That's a great question. What we ended up doing when we went back through the the database, we found two things. We basically bucketed them into two categories. One of them was we just sucked at follow up, which that was probably 95%. And the other one was we found out we had people who were just, like they're just kicking tires, they just weren't there, right? But what my marketing team came up with, they said, "Hey Rob, look, we believe that we can repurpose all these leads for very cheap." And I was like, whatever. I believe what I said. So we got with this firm called Get Ambassador, right? They do Airbnb, Uber, I think. They've got a couple different affiliate marketing, large volume clients. I talked to their CEO, nice guy, and he said, "Yeah, man, like you should bring these people into your affiliate marketing thing." No idea what affiliate marketing was. Had to go take a class on it, whatever, and found out that even though we really were terrible at following up with these 60,000 people that hit our website in the last year and a half, people like money a lot, a lot. So we went out with this like drip campaign with these 60 some thousand people and signed up like 500 affiliate marketers. Again, going back to him as far as how, this is just a cheap way of advertising. And they got paid a 20% referral fee on our origination fees. I'm giving you this as an example because we turn business and we have an army of marketers out of just ghost data, right? So when you look, going back to it, right, when you look at this data that sits in your database, you can dual weaponize this. If you come out with a new product or service and you were terrible, you can even say it. Listen, I actually wrote a heartfelt email with a video. Hey, listen, we suck. We were terrible. I'm the CEO. I'm sorry. We did not follow up with you. What can we do to earn your business? Believe it or not, that actually resonated with a lot of people. I mean, I was like, wow, okay, please, sorry, thanks. It's like the three most powerful languages in the English language. But anyway, I wrote that to them. And I said, oh, by the way, if you'll give us a second opportunity, here's the little discount thing we gave them on their like appraisal fee for their real estate thing. But if you have a friend or family who you're willing to entrust us, even though we ignored you, we'll give you a 20% referral fee. We had a lot of response to that, right? That has worked really well. And the amount of money I spent on that, probably less than $5,000, right? I mean, it's the data that we have with AI, and I'm going to close this out. How did I get there, right? You're probably like, man, these are great ideas, or not. Probably don't think it's great, but I literally wrote it into Monica at the time. I was using Monica, and I said, hey, listen, I have these leads. This is what I do. How do I purpose these in a way where I can turn these into revenue generating activities? And the number one thing she said was an affiliate program. Who knew? So I will tell you that there is golden gems that are in your current database. And I'm gonna close this out with this. It is a lot cheaper to go with the devil you know than the one you don't. meaning that if you already have done business, somebody's quasi familiar with your brand, was on the fence, and you and this other guy, but for whatever reason at the time it just didn't happen. Take a look, right? Go back through those folks and you'd be surprised, right? Maybe coming at a different angle. We now have a workflow, just to let you know, we have a workflow now that if a client comes in, we have you can Google this. It's called the 8x8 AIDA Awareness Interest Decision Act. So we do an 8x8 module. So if you come into our funnel now and you have to consent to it, but if you come in and you get information, you're gonna get contacted 8 times over the next 8 weeks. What we found out when we do that, we have a 30% conversion rate of that person. And then over a 12-week cycle, we'll contact you another 10 or 12 times or whatever to convert another 10%. So the 8x8 AIDA model, especially for cold leads, people who have already kind of hit your website and know your brand, it works, man. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna work for you, but it works for me. And I will tell you that it's not intrusive because you're providing value, and it's not like a forward way of just selling him. Hey, look, come back to us, we'll give you free perfume. It's providing them value added information about your product, what's going on in your industry, how they can save time, money, or whatever else by using your product, weaving it in there, not just being forward and direct. Now, it does increase and get more salesy as the funnel goes on progressive with discounts and stuff like that. But just getting them back interest and getting back to your website is really what you're trying to do. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Rotten Tomatoes? Any other? Yes, ma'am. The what now? The what now? Oh, Get Ambassador. Yeah, if you want, I can give you the name of the account exec. I think she gets paid a commission. Nice lady too. I can hook you up with her name is Helma. Um, she's really helped us out on like capturing revenue. And I'll tell you that Get Ambassador, and there's a whole bunch of affiliate marketing platforms out there. The reason why we chose Get Ambassador is they have a really, really nice API feed. So we're able to not only understand our virtual clients, but also our virtual marketing, we call them marketing warriors. So where are they posting our affiliate links the most? Is it Facebook? Is it TikTok? Is it LinkedIn or whatever, right? So that on the marketing side and getting back into the calculus, um, our marketing team can create creatives that have a better CTR for that affiliate so that they can post our brand on their, Facebook or YouTube channel, whatever they're doing, and have more CTR, right? And then, what kinds of people? We've got people that are in the financial industry. We've got folks that are in the insurance industry. We've got people that are just stay-at-home moms. So we generate our content for their affiliate toolkit based on who they are and where they're going to be posting it. And that affiliate, the Get Ambassador affiliate program has a really nice dashboard, allows you to really drill down that data. If you're a data girl or guy, highly recommend it because it provides us a really nice dashboard of a lot of information. And it's like $2,000 a year. So just to give you a background about me before I close up, CR Equity AI was born from my kitchen table in 2021. I wanted to provide access to people to have capital in a rapid, innovative way through their phone or their desktop without having to beat themselves and drop their pants whenever they went to banks. And more importantly than that, in 2025, we increased our revenue 414%. I became an Inc. 5000 company. I never took any debt on my company. I bootstrapped it. It nearly cost me my marriage. I had to take a second mortgage out of my house. I poured into my business. The reason why I share that with you is that I spend and I give you advice because it's what I did. It may not be the best thing for you, right? But it prudently got me to the finish line and allowed me to come up here and get tomatoes thrown at me by you guys. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll give you my email. It's Rob, ROB, at CR, it's like Charlie Romeo, equity, EQUITY.ai. And our website is www.crequity.ai. And if I can connect, help, save you from throwing yourself on the railroad tracks, whatever, I'm more than happy to do that. Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to our panelists for such an insightful and energizing discussion. Thank you, Rob, for sharing that with us. Your ideas and experiences have truly given us a lot to think about and to take forward. Now it is time to celebrate the people and organizations who are turning technology into real world impact. These are innovators, creators, and leaders who are building solutions, challenging the status quo, and driving progress across industries. Their work is not just as advancing technology, it's shaping the way that we connect, work, and live. Today, we recognize the passion, bold thinking, and dedication behind these achievements and celebrate those who continue to push boundaries and make a difference every single day. To present these awards, please join me in welcoming Sheila J. Simpson up to the stage. Let's give her a big round of applause. All right, so our first person today is Michael Misterka. All right. He is the managing director of Digital Solutions, a consultancy specializing in AI, IT, and ERP transformations. He leads international projects across Europe, North America, and Southeast Asia. Michael also supports organizations in obtaining digitalization and research grants to accelerate innovation and growth. Let's give him a round of applause. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you very much for this award. It's great to be here in Las Vegas. And yeah, so I work in mostly in Europe with the largest organizations, helping them to adapt now to the new AI technologies to automate their business processes. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free also to reach out to me directly. And yeah, thanks again to everyone attending here this conference and also to the organizers. Thank you very much. It's really great to be here. Thank you.
Congratulations. We're so happy to have you here. Next up, we have Morgan Davis. Morgan Davis? No? All right. And then I was informed that unfortunately some of them weren't able to be here in person today, but we do have some virtually. So our first up with that is going to be Common Courtesy Inc. Uh, in 2005, Bob founded, along with his wife Ann, a nonprofit organization, Common Courtesy Inc. The Common Courtesy Project has a mission to provide safe and dependable alternative automobile personal transportation to support anyone who cannot or should not operate a vehicle. The project has now become extensively available by partnering with ride sharing companies such as Uber and Lyft. On behalf of the organization, Bob and Ann Carr receives this award. Congratulations to you both. All right, next up we have Giovanni Gonzalez. Giovanni Gonzalez, the president of Many Face Tech Inc., is an IT expert with over 7 years of experience in network engineering and physical security. They have a strong track record in designing secure network infrastructures. Previously, they have worked in logistics, rising to operation manager, which honored their leadership and efficiency skills. Congratulations! All right, and next up we have Christy Bowers. Christy Bowers is the CEO of Grape.ag, is a visionary entrepreneur with deep expertise in the wine business and extensive experience in board leadership. She possesses a big pictured mindset while maintaining a keen focus on detail and product quality, ensuring excellence at every level. She has served on the boards of multiple companies, academic institutions, and the Mercula, apologize if I'm not saying that correctly, Center for Applied Ethics, bringing invaluable business insight and industry to expertise to Grape.ag's mission. Congratulations. All right. And next up, we have Dr. Tyrone Vernon Moodley. As the founder and CEO of NDIPI Inc., I hope I'm saying that correctly, and Believe in Unity Corporation, Dr. Tyrone Vernon Moody is building a Web3 powered ecosystem connecting African resources with global markets. With a background in financial technology, Tyrone has led initiatives in tokenizing real world assets such as gold, copper, and cattle. He holds an honorary PhD for his contributions to AI, blockchain, and fintech. On behalf of Tyrone, Derek Bowles receives the award. Congratulations, Derek. All right, and next up we have Zebo. Zebo is a full service custom exhibit provider celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. Founded in 2001, the company quickly became a recognized leader in custom modular trade show exhibit rentals, creating brand focused solutions instead of relying on the off the shelf kits. Its customer service driven approach fueled by steady growth into a multi-million dollar business. In 2024, Zebo moved into a 30,000 square foot facility in Ventura, California. On behalf of this organization, Theron Whitney, VP and co founder, receives this award. Congratulations! All right, and then next up we have Dr. Sonia Komen. Dr. Sonia Komen is a vice president of Elm Street Consulting Group and founding board member and treasurer of the board of AIBA International, a DC based global trade association for the AI industry. She also serves as a senior advisor to the Dean for Digital Strategy at Washington National Cathedral, where she led the institution's digital transformation. Previously, she led marketing and communications at the Smithsonian, sorry about that, National Museum of Asian Art as audience engagement strategist. Congratulations. All right, next up we have Becky Doctor. Becky Doctor is the CEO of MyFleet AI Incorporated, is a financial professional with over 35 years of experience. She has worked in numerous industries in many capacities and spent time in each one delving into company operations, which help make companies stronger and more financially sound. By implementing SAFE, strategic automated fleet engine companies are safer and more profitable. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations. All right, and next up we have Jonathan Cummings. Jonathan Cummings is a senior alliance and partnership leader advancing technology driven transformation in the public sector. He currently serves as an alliance manager at Nava Public Benefit Corporation, where he builds strategic partnerships with leading cloud and technology providers to modernize government services. He is also active in global policy and international development through advisory roles with UN affiliated organizations. Let's give him a round of applause. Next up, we have Josephina Belizen. Julia J. Belizen is a chief digital officer leading transformation at Argen Pisos in Argentina and business technology and finance student at the University of Miami's Herbert Business School. She directs cross functional teams to build customer focused fintech solutions, including a mobile app adopted by 110,000 plus users in its first year, e commerce initiatives that expanded digital sales and AI tools. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, and then next up we have Kenny Elcock. Kenny Elcock serves as the Vice President of Technology at NESN, where he leads the integration of innovation broadcasting technologies to revolutionize the sports media experience. Under his leadership, the team has optimized production workflows and embraced advanced HD and 4K HDR broadcasting, ensuring seamless audio and synchronized across the platforms. His dedication to innovation sets new standards in the sports broadcast industry. Congratulations! Next up, we have Rick Egan. Rick Egan, CMO of Riviera Marketing, is a marketing and revenue strategist known for turning complexity into clear revenue driving systems. A former VP of performance marketing at Beyond Inc., he led the brand's rebrand, relaunch, and scaled paid media to an 8x ROAS. He has also held senior leadership roles at the Fryer Company, CarParts.com, and One Stop, driving CRM and lifestyle transformations that contributed 50 million plus in revenue. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, and next up we have Mohammed Alosami. He is the IT director of PIF projects and an information technology and digital transformation leader with extensive experience in leading technology initiatives with organizations and semi-government entities. His lead, his led, he has led several initiatives aimed at modernizing IT environments, improving technology governance, and enhancing digital services for users across the organization. Mohammed is particularly interested in applying emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and advanced data analytics to support informed decision making. Let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations. Mm, Or they, all right, and then we have Jacob Anderson. Jacob Anderson, as the president of and CEO of Beyond Ordinary Software Solutions since 2000, Jacob has been instrumental in applying advanced data security techniques for the property and casualty insurance sector, and has also been an innovator in applying AI in defense. He is also a seasoned professional with extensive experience in software development, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence, particularly within the insurance industry and defense. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, and then last but not least for this morning, we have Jane Che. Jane Che, CTO and Policy Bound, spearheads the development of an innovative new insurtech platform. With over 20 years of experience, she has a proven track record of successful deliveries sorry, of complex and challenging technology initiatives. Jane has built her career from the ground up, starting as a developer, and prides herself on the strong moral compass. Congratulations. Let's give her a round of applause. All right. And I just wanted to say the heartiest congratulations to all of our honorees. Before we move ahead, it's time to take a well earned break. Grab a bite, recharge, and make the most of the opportunities to connect with fellow tech leaders, innovators, and creators. While you're networking, don't forget to capture today's energy. Share your favorite moments, insights, and highlights using the hashtag Tech2Conf and let the global tech community be part of this experience. Make sure to check out our exhibitor booths as well. This is where innovation comes to life. You will discover cutting edge tools, breakthrough solutions, and the team building what's next in tech. If you are curious about what's ahead, our upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai are set to bring more opportunities to connect, learn, and collaborate. You can reach out to Jatin Sandhu from the 2.0 conference team to learn more about these editions. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back at 1:30 for more exciting sessions ahead. Thank you so much, everybody. Ready to exchange ideas, explore new possibilities, and discover connections that could shape your next big move. I know we all just did a networking session in here. We had the time to exchange cards for you guys to get to know one another. But now we're actually going to go on to our next topic since our next speakers are here. The next topic is, does SEO still matter when AI can summarize everything? We are going to be calling two amazing panelists to the stage. Today, we're going to be having Harsha Mokarala. He is the CEO and founder of EQ. And then we're also going to have Rick Saki, who is the head of digital results. Let's call them up to the stage and give them a big round of applause.
Ah, how are you, Rick?
Why don't you introduce ourselves so we can tell people a little bit about what we do and our expertise?
Perfect. So my name is Harsha Mukarala. I am the CEO and founder of EQ. I have a long, decades-long experience running and scaling go-to-market shops, multiple times in my career. And EQ is very focused on helping go-to-market leaders build confidence in their data and analytical sort of abilities by using agentic AI to deliver virtual data science teams for them.
And my name is Rick Sakian. Again, I'm the head of digital at Digital Results. I kind of laughed when I first saw this topic as something that we could go about. I went back and checked. Since 2007, I've spoke on the subject of, is SEO going to die or is SEO dead, 10 times. And as we all know, it hasn't really gone down at all. So we also went back and we researched how much more is being spent by businesses now than in 2007 when I first started speaking on this subject matter. And right now, businesses are spending 57 times more than they were in 2007 on SEO. And when you equate that back with like inflation and calculate, it's still over 40 times larger in the amount of money. So every time everybody says is SEO is going to die, SEO is dead, the opposite seems to happen. People find that they need to spend more. So this morning we sat down a little bit earlier and started kind of thinking through the processes on here, and we kind of broke it down in a couple different areas that we wanted to talk about. But the biggest thing is search really going anywhere? Is it going to disappear or not? And so what did you think?
Yeah, I love the even the framing, right? Uh, even if you think about it purely from a capital allocation perspective, where would I spend my dollars, right? Sort of, paid marketing, all affiliates, all kinds of other tactics, versus lonely poor SEO, right? Where a $50,000-$100,000 bet on sort of, a little bit of sort of resourcing against that could be such multiplicative value. The fact that that question keeps coming up as to whether whatever shape or form SEO takes in the future, sort of this thing of it, the fact that that question even keeps coming up makes me wonder if people are thinking about capital allocation the right way when it comes to sort of all of these things, all the sort of digital in this thing for sure. But at least in my mind, search is not going anywhere. We've had multiple iterations of what has happened, with search. I still remember when search was not just Google, it was, Lycos and Alta Vista and Yahoo and directory services and that kind of thing, to all the complexities of universal search and localized search and all of that kind of thing that came with Google, over the years. We are just in a new user experience. We are moving from the click on the blue link to sort of read a lot and figure out the citation and go check out what that brand has to say kind of phase of searching for information. But I don't think search is going anywhere. Ergo, I don't think sort of the need to optimize for showing up well in search results is going anywhere from just a tactics and investment perspective.
So our agency started doing some research specifically because we kept hearing how AI was, everyone was using AI for every search that was going on. And so we went and started doing some analysis of the last quarter. And over the last quarter, we looked at a little over 3 billion searches that were done on AI. We looked at them over hundreds of thousands of businesses that were being done, and we found some very interesting information. Again, we won't talk about in these numbers uh, anything from on the Google that's actually appearing on the search results itself, but we do include ChatGPT, Gemini searches, Perplexity. So ChatGPT was leading overall off of those 3 billion searches. 78% of the searches that were being done on were being from an AI were done on ChatGPT. Gemini had 8.65%, Perplexity 7%, and Microsoft Copilot had 3.9, Claude 2.91, and DeepSeek was 0.02%. So a very, very small number. Um, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
What percent of all searches going on were actually AI searches in that same quarter of 26?
You said the number was this was 3 billion.
So this was we just looked at 3 billion because I mean you got to cut it off some, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise we'd spend all kinds of money doing the analysis
I
on
don't know,
this.
2%, Rick, something like that, like 5%, like something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
you're really close. It was, believe it or not, AI only equated for 3.2% of actual searches that were being done on the web during that quarter. And so when you equate all of that back, ChatGPT is at 2.5%, which puts it behind even Bing for searches or
totally right.
behind YouTube. Gemini is 0.28%. It goes all the way out to DeepSeek, 0.0006% for DeepSeek. So we're talking about very small numbers now. Obviously, the numbers will continue to grow, but SEO and the regular search that's going on is still going to impact it. But we know that there are certain things that do come about when AI is incorporated into some of the search results.
Totally. I think like I know those numbers don't include the search snippet that comes up when you search on Google, for example.
Correct.
The real I think the place where the real sort of freak out, if you will, comes here, as I've seen, is that sort of brands are losing traffic
Absolutely.
somewhat to the fact that that AI snippet now takes away from that traditional user experience of somebody searching and going and clicking on the listing, either the paid listing or the organic listing, sort of on the page, if you will. I think that's a reality, and that's something you have to react to and all that. But again, remember who's doing that, right? Sort of, the entire SEO industry is built on optimizing to Google. And guess who is probably going to be the largest of sort of the AI search kind of this thing? It's Google with the Gemini listing at the very top. And guess what? Actually, is probably at the most premium. I remember these memes where like you had content is king with like a little crown on top of the content on the C. You know, hey, content is now, I don't know, Emperor Donald Trump, whatever you want to call it. Like, content is now even bigger as an influence just because of like what Google is doing with that sort of snippet at the very top. I really think the disruption comes from that user experience, then like natively people going and seeking out sort of these AI engines for like at least their primary search, their first search, or their sort of, their sort of starting point, if you will.
Yes, and definitely depending on the type of searches that they're doing. If it's informational searches, a lot of these AI searches or AI tools within search results, so your AI overviews, AI modes, things like that, are getting to be very, very popular. In fact, Google CEO just spoke about it last week, and they were asking him all kinds of questions. Of course, just like when we're at these conferences, they want to know 5 years from now, where is AI going to be with search? And he said, basically went back to him. He says, we can tell you where it's probably going to be 8 months to 12 months out. And that's the closest we can give you on those. And he says, even that is a lot of guessing that's going on.
Totally.
So, I mean, that happens. But I will say, definitely we're seeing a lot more of what we refer to as zero click, where people are doing a search and they're getting enough information from the search results. And again, Google has touted themselves over the last several years as being the answer engine, not necessarily a search engine, because the goal is to get their end user the information they're looking for. And so that whole journey through search is being modified and changed. And so that whole process goes through. And there was another report that Google did and put out earlier this year. Actually, it was the end of last year in 2025. But for people that actually did AI searches, those people were getting like information coming across it, but they were able to go back and see if they did an AI search, what happened later on. And they found that 97% of those searches ended up coming back to doing more of an organic search
Totally.
for the process of purchasing. So purchases were definitely much more of that lean in.
Completely.
I'm looking for something specific.
Completely.
Where, you know, and I think they were using an example of if somebody was trying to find out the best kinds of shoes for running, and somebody was just started running, they were looking at these shoes. They gave an example, and there was a lot of that AI search that was
Totally.
going on for what's the best kind of shoe to have if you run, if I have, you know, plantar fasciitis, what do I need to do, those types of things. But then when it came to the point of actually purchasing,
That's right.
they went and did what we refer to as that blue link, you know, coming through, clicking on the blue link, going and purchasing it. So I think there's a lot of changes that way in kind of as it's going through. Um, but from businesses, um, and especially, you know, I always think about like C-suites wanting to have information, and then KPIs are all built out and everybody's reporting up the
Right.
line. A lot there are huge changes to what really is important, right? You know,
Totally.
it used to always be number of keywords, how many impressions, how many clicks we were getting, how many conversions from that were coming. And now with a lot of this zero click going on, they're seeing organic traffic sometimes drop.
Yep.
Conversions still holding strong, but they're, you know, they see these numbers softening, and anybody that's, you know, atop of a business sees a number going in the negative direction is always going to have those concerns, right?
Mhm.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you see, you
Yep.
know, when you're talking with businesses, and what it is that they need to be looking at?
Totally. If you think about it, like this is, you know, if you think about the place where both the AI summaries, but generally speaking, AI search, I think, is beginning to show up a lot more. It's in that long tail kind of category, right? Sort of, you know, the head terms is fine. You know, your branded search is not going anywhere. Like, however, whatever somebody throws at the way, somebody searching for your brand term will want to come to your website and sort of check what you have out and that kind of thing, for example. So it is really a question of sort of, you know, sort of, you know, metrics and KPIs and tracking and what you prioritize and that kind of thing, both on, like, to your point, sort of top level things like, you know, number of keywords you rank for, impressions, clicks, those kinds of things, but also in the, like, you know, very detailed SEO things that we used to track, you know, from an SEO perspective, right? So, you know, whether it was backlinks or domain
Hmm.
authorities or trust flows and, you know, all of these other sort of metrics that we all sort of used to track from an SEO perspective, you know, a whole bunch of that stuff is sort of up in the air all of a sudden as we go through another round of disruption. You know, again, we've not seen every 2 years, every time Google updates an algorithm and says, you know, hey, blah is now a bigger factor in the search index than it used to be, for example. I don't think this is new for anyone who's been, you know, in this kind of space, if you will. But I think, like, the obsession with, like, those very big top level metrics has to change, right? You know, a click was never the same. You know, click to a long tail keyword that leads to a blog post was never the same as a click to sort of a branded term that sort of led to a storefront or led to a purchase page or something like that, for
Right.
example. And the more you obsess about that, the more you're actually losing focus on, like, what's actually happening with this kind of consumer behavior, if you will. And I think, like, the brands that sort of get that right in terms of thinking through, you know, hey, like, where am I getting value for and how do I optimize that? And then where was I getting, like, traffic from? And how do I actually figure out how to get traffic again, right? Like, to the extent traffic is an important metric, I'm not saying it is, but, like, how do I actually sort of regain some of that kind of traffic mojo back? I think sort of, you know, that's a shift that organizations will have to make,
Right.
and that's a tooling that organizations will have to think about. And then there's new tooling to be built, entirely new tooling to be built around how you actually measure your presence within the AI search category. So when, hey, when somebody searches for shoes, if I'm Nike the brand, like do my shoes show up in the plantar fasciitis category or not?
Right.
And what do I need to do content wise to make sure that does happen? There's now an entirely new set of instrumentation that I believe like brands will have to think through on like how to put that together.
Right.
And in that space, you're absolutely right. Like odds are like none of these platforms, even if you went and asked OpenAI how they would be thinking about opening up that type of visibility. It took Google a while to open up that kind of visibility to SEOs for us to optimize to things like the page rank, that what was called the page rank back then, and those kinds of things. These platforms will have to figure out how they expose that kind of information, how they monetize those clicks, like all of that kind of thing. The book is not yet written. I think the cover page is not yet there in terms of like how to think about these things.
Yeah, I would say that definitely we've had these discussions over the last couple of years with clients and talking to them about focusing on more business objectives. For those things where if your business, people would always come to us as an agency and say, I need more organic traffic. And I mean, that was the very common thing that we would hear in meetings, when we do consultations with people. And I would look at them and I say, you don't need more organic traffic. And of course, that shocks everybody. SEO person should be talking organic, right? And I would always look at them and say, what you need to be focusing on your business goals.
Totally.
So if your business is to sell more product, if I could provide you less people and sell more product, would you be happy? And of course, every one of them are like, well, absolutely, that's the case. And I said, then you just have said you don't need more organic traffic, you need better converting traffic. And so that then comes back to what things are going to drive people through that ultimate conversion. And a lot of the AI stuff we're seeing is very high funnel. We still see PPC, SEO for specific types of pages being very driven for that lower funnel. And then there's plenty of, everything with display and video and everything like that tends to be more in the
Totally.
middle realm area. And so, we've talked with clients, their first thing is, well, how do we track AI? And so it's really funny. We're using AI tools to track AI in search and come through. And so we've found that two of the biggest factors that we look at are for the topics that they could rank for, what's your share of voice? So, if you could rank for 150 different spots and you're only ranking for 15 and you have a 10% share of voice, that's a problem, because that means you're losing out on a whole lot of other areas. And then the other one is when people are talking about you in AI, how is that?
Yep.
What is the sentiment?
Sentiment, yep.
And so, and sentiments are, is it positive, neutral, negative? In a lot of places, their sentiment is terrible, but they have a great share of voice. Well, that's terrible because everybody that's seen stuff in AI about you has seen terrible stuff about you.
Totally.
So the pushing the needles in different directions is where are you at with your share of voice? How do we grow that? Where you're at for your sentiment, and how do we grow that as well? Because we want to be seen more often, but we also want to be seen in a very positive light, not even a neutral or negative light.
In the right places. Yeah, I mean, I think like it's not like AI does hallucinate. I'm not saying it doesn't, but like any mentions of your brand, any sort of content related to your brand that shows up in one of these AI searches, it's not like it's made up, right? It's sourcing these things from, I don't know, Reddit or a Quora or a forum somewhere else or something like that, for example. The mentions of your brand are out there, and these things sort of pick those up to begin with anyways. We've done some work where, we can build, we can sort of sample and tell you sort of for every X number of sort of AI searches related to your product, your category, that kind of thing. What do you show up in? What kinds of keywords do you show up in? Like that kind of thing. Again, the depth of data that is required to really understand this is just not there. We're still at the platform's mercy, and we're still at sort of almost like sample mercy, if you will, as opposed to like real volumes on what is going on. What is going on these things? So again, if I were a brand thinking about this right now, what I would do is like start to contemplate these problems, start to work with partners who can at least sort of, give you ideas, build some basic frameworks that you can measure against, but know that you have to be very nimble. These things will change, very, very quickly as like new data gets introduced. Rick, I don't know, like if you remember the time when Google stopped, you stopped getting the actual search term on the organic sort of this thing because they said privacy or whatever that was, like whatever the reason was, that Google stopped giving you the actual search term back from a search, and so
They
you
hid it
suddenly
from us.
became you hid it from us, exactly right. Like, and suddenly you lost what was like one of the most important sources of intel for you as to like, what keywords and what long tail search term and that kind of thing. For example, we are like, forget losing data. We're at the point where we don't even have the beginnings of that kind of data today, and I think like we just have to wait and watch to see where this space goes. Like again, the SEO question, you know SEO has been around for 25 years, right? 30 years probably, like, maybe longer. We are in year two of this consumer behavior. We kind of have a lot to figure out still before we go anywhere with it.
So we also talked this morning about what types of businesses are going to be successful and what kind of businesses are going to fail.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like is one thing is very clear, right? Like brand strength is now sort of hyper important, right? Like,
Absolutely.
the strength of your brand and how your brand is perceived becomes like all the way more important, right? Like, yay for the old fashioned, marketing strategists, brand marketers, all of that kind of thing. Nay for like quant jocks like me, even in some ways. But like, brand strength becomes very, very important. But the other piece that I think a lot of organizations don't quite understand and ignore is, the more proprietary data and information you have that you can actually shape into content, into value add for the world, the more likely you are to win in this brave new era, right? One of the examples we talked about this morning, Rick, as well, was, we have a company that, we've done some work with who, they run security systems at buildings, and they don't even realize this, but they have a proprietary data set that is office occupancy.
Right.
Now, nobody else has that data. You have that data. So like, how do you weaponize that and make that into a thing that you can actually put out into the world,
Right.
such that like, the engines are the AI engines are sort of picking that up, and your brand therefore shows up as an authoritative source. The ones that will win here, beyond the ones that have that sort of the ability to build brand recognition, are those who can take their proprietary data, their proprietary information, and really weaponize that into a content, value-added content that can drive visibility for them.
Yeah. Back in the 80s, there used to be this statement is your brand is not what you tell people it is. Your brand is what people tell your brand is. And I think that's becoming all the more important in this area as well. And first party information, first party data that you've got that you can share out on a website is awesome. Places that have found and are applying XML databases in the back end so that when a page is loaded, a person sees basically half of the information that's sitting in that code, and that code can have all kinds of information. So we work with a company that does laboratory specialty needles, syringes, robotic systems, and they've got when you start adding all of the different components and how you can add things together, and I mean, I'm just glad I don't have to manage that in the back office, trying to figure out where everything's at. But they now in their data layer are pushing out information, and AI is picking it up so that they'll do searches for specific types of needles with a specific syringe attachment that's used for genetic testing, and they pop up almost instantaneously because they've fed it information, they've fed it keywords, they've fed it about what those types of products are, and now they're selling things that are going through that process. I mean,
Totally.
they're excited because they've got some of these large robotic systems that they can cost up to $500,000 a piece,
Totally.
and they sell one of those and it comes back and hey, I got that sale through ChatGPT. They're going to be investing
Heavily.
all the more into
Totally.
adding to it. So we get those questions like, what should we be doing next? What should we be adding to?
The one other thing I'll say, like, is, it used to be an SEO tactic. If you remember back in the day, a company like Bazaar Voice used to sell you sort of the notion of doing ratings and reviews on your site because that was sort of good user generated content that would help with sort of search and that kind of thing. Whether that is still a thing or not, I think like as a brand, you participating in forums like Reddit and other places where you're seeding conversation, you're responding to conversation, you're present where your users are. Again, sort of old-fashioned block and tackle sort of marketing, but I would totally go back and look at those kinds of things as well. I mean, one of the big winners of the AI summarization are those forums, and like we can't ignore that anymore. That's not just for the wild mob masses, that sort of most marketers would look askance at, like with things like Reddit, for example.
Yeah, well, one of the sessions this morning that we were hearing, one of the teams had taken and rather than just letting people put their own reviews in, they basically gave them fed in
Yep.
options. You can select from, like if you want to write a review, that's great, but we have 10 preset ones here that you can choose from and edit to your will. And so it was already fed with keywords. It was fed with very
Brilliant.
positive terms.
Brilliant.
All those things are being used. And then they were pulling that onto their website. And then they had XML database for that available. Of course, search engines and AI systems are pulling all of that information because
Totally.
they love it. And I would say those are awesome to see as well. I also know, you mentioned, content is king, emperor, everything else, and we have seen modification over time about how content needs to be written.
Yep.
So content originally was written for the end user in mind, and so we had great content writers that would just write to, whatever you could give them topics, they would write, information that needed to be done, and then we started realizing that you had two audiences that you had to write to, that end audience,
Yep.
but you also had to write to big search engines like Google,
Yep.
right? And so there was, how do I write content with hierarchy tags and making sure that all of my images have alt attributes and what's my schema look like and all that type of information is being put in. And and so that was, there was always tools that we would use to help us determine, are you writing well for the end user? So reading level, Fleisch Kincaid scores, what kind of length is on there, but then also what are those semantic words that Google is seeing on there, those that are on page one,
Yep.
and are they included in your content or not? And now we've gotten this third audience that's now in it, and we've got agentic systems that we're starting to look at of how do we get information in? And if you'll notice that, like if you do AI searches, a lot of the information comes out as bullet points, very short and to the point. And so, we used to go through these processes with our staff where you'd go through and you'd find out if they were a thinker, a knower, or feeler, right?
Sure.
And so if it was a thinker, that person needed the bullet points. The knower, it was like, I'm going to make a decision. It's a short paragraph. It's in there. And then the feeler, like if you're writing an email to a feeler, it is going to be a long form, needs to go back to the original thought process and bring them all the way through. And so it's almost like that now, that whenever we write content, we've got to be trying to write to three different audiences the same way, of like,
Totally.
that feeler is the end audience, the knower is Google, and the thinkers then are those bullet points that are going into agentic systems. And so uh, as we're writing content, we're going back and looking at pages that aren't ranking for things, and we say, well, we've got great content about this, but it just may not be written in the right way,
Totally.
and agentic systems aren't pulling that in necessarily.
Totally. Things like FAQs, things like how to type type content. In some ways though, I think like the thing I love is it's entirely possible that those two things, the right for the engine and right for the agent, you know, I think we can coin those actually, like right for the engine, right for the agent. I think those two will converge. And if anything, like hopefully that'll make the right to the engine feel more human than it
Yep.
used to be, where that was sort of a very mechanized, hey, I'm almost not writing for readership here. I'm almost writing for sort of the mechanics of writing content here, if you will. I'm actually excited that there's potentially sort of, a return back to good customer experience, good levels of, the right level of language, the right level of, those kind of things. And, The other thing that is really neat is I think the importance of things like citations, the importance of really things like, if you're quoting statistics like citations and, references and those kinds of things, I think that will become a lot more important. And as somebody who's very, sort of, very data sort of oriented, I love that. I think the world is today full of, sort of fake content that we can't find references
Yes.
for and that kind of thing. And this move that this will force all of us to do a little bit more sort of rigor around sort of what we put out. Actually think that's a very, very positive sort of this thing. So I'm actually quite hopeful that the quality of content in the world is going to get better, though like we will wade through a whole bunch of slop before we get there.
That's right. And
But but I think the general direction of this I think I quite like.
well, the last algorithm update that Google just did in March, it was all about getting rid of spammy stuff that was getting put out there. I mean, you would have sites that would push out 1,000 pieces of content that were just mush garbage that was out there, and yes, it was a lot of pages. They weren't ranking well, but they just made everything kind of
Totally,
be a mixture, and
totally,
their whole sites have been penalized, and so they're no longer appearing, and it's in a lot of the we saw a lot of things like affiliate sites
totally,
and where they were trying to gain revenue from those type of things
totally.
were appearing into those, or sites that were more, I want to call them link farms, but you,
You call them link farms, I'm sure, right?
there are pages with way too many links on them
Yep, yep.
that don't need to be out there. And so I definitely think that they're looking at, with as much AI content that's being produced, how do we go back and how do we pull in and find what's good AI content? So like on our end, in all of our processes, we use AI for all kinds of things, but there's always a human in that process kind of reviewing things. Um, my content writers have now become content editors. They've moved from that process of, hey, I want to um, just write content, and now they're using tools to find out what kind of content do they need to have on the page, and in order to rank, what are the SEO terms that I need to be going at, the semantics and all of that, and then they bring that in and they say, okay, besides that, what are the people also ask, and then building that out. You mentioned all like FAQs, how to's, all those types of things, making sure that not only do you have the copy on the page, but that you're writing schema that is in the back end, because schema is getting grabbed by search engines, getting grabbed by AI engines, and they're pulling that in and using that directly to rank pages. And there's a lot of people right now that, like my clients are up against, and they have very similar content, but because we have schema on pages and we've got data layer information, they're actually ranking in the AI, and their competitors are not.
Totally, totally, totally. Discipline, right? Like, same way, like, I think this is sort of the new avatar, if you will, of, what used to be sort of technical SEO in terms of like, site stuff, user experience stuff. This is kind of what I think that is going to begin to look like more and more. I think like certain categories, if you're in things like travel, or if you're in, certain categories like that, all the more, how do you not sort of hide, again, what is proprietary data that you probably have that you can now surface through that kind of sort of more mechanized ways, for example. I think that becomes, way more important. But I think that like uh, it's changing, but it's not going away anywhere. It's not like people have stopped looking for information, but
No,
like,
that information will always be around. So our last thing that we had talked about was executives. So we get a lot of information that's fed up to us, right? So what are some of the things as you as an executive you'd like to see in a report that gets to you? And then I'll give some of the things I
sure,
think.
sure, sure, sure. Yeah. I mean, I really think like the 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 major the major change that we'll go through here is the kind of change we talked about, where sort of quality becomes a lot more important, or as important as quantity does, or at least like gradation becomes that much more important than sort of quantity, for example, right? So I don't want to see an SEO report that is like, or an organic report that is just sort of listing out for me like page views and, clicks and that kind of thing, for example. I'd love, yeah, I want to see it now broken out by, by those kinds of factors, right? I want interpretation in terms of, again, what are the, what are the kinds of keywords that are sort of gaining ground and what are not. Because again, fundamentally, I believe this is going to change how search itself works, as in like what am I as a user searching for,
Right.
not just sort of what am I as a user sort of finding, if you will, in terms of traffic, for example. So I want to see movers and shakers in terms of like what are categories of search, categories of sort of behavior that are genuinely changing in terms of going up and going down as as volumes and those kinds of things go, for example. And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, Google's always talked about sort of personalized search and everyone's search results are different and that kind of thing. We are now very much at the bleeding edge of that. I think we're sort of fully leaning into that. So another one that I would ask my teams to sort of report on if we were looking at sort of this kind of thing is more of that type of contextual sort of information. Don't show me my national ranking. Tell me sort of how I'm ranking in my key markets. Show me what's happening to volume in sort of specific places, that kind of thing. For example, I think I would heavily emphasize, as I said, quality over quantity in terms of this type of reportage than what used to be sort of very much an old-fashioned big ass funnel view of like big numbers across the funnel.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd also like to see where I'm at against all my comp set, you know, especially in AI. So instead of just saying, "Hey, do I show up on AI?" That's like a baby step to me of like what you should even be checking. But how, what's the sentiment out there about me? What is it against my competitors? And then what's my share of voice? Those things are going to be the biggest things because we're up against the comp set all the time looking for where we're going to grow our businesses, right? I loved your idea about by channel and finding the information out by geo. Where are my top people coming from? And not just traffic, but most importantly, for those things that matter. So, key events, conversions, those types of areas that I'd be looking for. Where are my sales ultimately coming from? And it may be that when you're kind of looking at attribution models and things like that about where somebody starts an engagement and ends an engagement, how do I get in there and how do I have them at so many touch points? I think we're going to see a lot of the beginning touch points being in your AI search as a very informational and getting that kind of lead. And then at the other end, where do we see them spend the great amount of time to actually convert out of? I
True.
think that those types of things will push the envelope and go in the direction. The last thing I would want to see from people um, is I would want to see from like what are the next things that are the plan for us to get to that next step. So if you find that there's a gap in a certain subject matter in AI that we need to be talking about, what's the plan in the next quarter to fill that gap? Or even if it's like, hey, we've got the next 2 quarters filled up, what's the plan that's going through? And then I can also look as like previous months or previous quarters, the information that's come through. What did that do for us? Did it keep moving the needle in the right direction? Because I think that there's going to be a lot of changes that are going to be happening in this area. I think track all of the information you can. Use tools that are out there. There's some great ones that are coming onto the market now that are just starting to get to the agentic side and give us a whole lot more insights. And I can only imagine that as AI is helping track AI, we're going to get even better information in the long run, especially the amount of data that's out there about website traffic and conversions and things like that. So,
I can't wait. I can't wait for us to sub out the my I used to call them when my boss would ask for sort of give me impressions and clicks. I would say those are my soul killer. That would be my soul killer dashboard, right? Like every time I report on those numbers, a little bit of me dies, right? Like
sure.
I can't wait to get away from that to sort of more quality, more meaning behind our data, behind our information than not. Like
And then we got I think like 2 minutes left. So I want you to look forward 8 months to a year, and I want you to tell me one thing that you think will happen within search and AI specifically.
yeah, I think we are less in that kind of time horizon away before at least sort of both Google through the sort of Gemini sort of summarization and ChatGPT will move towards sort of more aggressive monetization of the sort of search snippet in terms of sort of how that drives value for them, and sort of how sort of brands can sort of influence that, play in there, that kind of thing, for example. So in some ways, I'm saying that both as a like I'm excited about what that could be in terms of a new channel and a new place to optimize against, that kind of thing, but also that like there's like an 8-12 month window maybe of like pristine data and pristine sort of result here that like gives all of us a chance to play around with a whole lot, right? But like it can't be long before all of these large companies are pressed to monetize that stuff, and I think we are very much on the precipice of that over the next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I would say the other thing I think Google will finally figure out how to better include blue links in AI overviews
Sure.
and AI mode, and that they will also figure out monetization within those areas. I
Totally.
think that that's an area that they are just chomping at the bit at getting into. I think that we've seen some things coming in from like ChatGPT. We've been beta testing some of their ad platform areas. I don't think it's as bad as Claude made it out to be, but um, how to see and where paid is going to come into those as well, I think will be interesting.
Totally.
Well, we want to thank everybody for letting us speak today on this subject matter. Obviously, we don't think SEO is going anywhere. It's obviously growing. It's fragmenting and it's going in different directions. But it's one of those things that, I've been doing this a long time. People refer to me as Yoda because I've been doing SEO for so long. So um, I think that for both of us, you can reach out to either of us if you have more questions, because we didn't get to the questions today. But we'll be glad to answer those and get back to you.
Thank you so much. Really nice talking with you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for such an energizing discussion. Big round of applause to Rick and Harsha for that speech that they just gave. Next up, we have Chad Walker, who will be discussing micro innovation, how small ideas become big industry shifts. I will be welcoming him up to the stage. Just a little bit about him. Chad F. Walter joined Paperclip in June of 2022 and serves as the Chief Revenue Officer. Chad led the launch of the Paperclip Safe solution and oversees Paperclip sales and marketing initiatives through strategic growth, sales development, and new client acquisition. Prior to joining Paperclip, Chad was the VP of Sales and Marketing at IGI Cybersecurity, the VP of Business Development at Gray Castle Security, and the founder of CF Walter Consulting. Chad has worked in various leadership roles with cybersecurity, technology, and globalization for more than 20 years. Let's give him a round of applause as we welcome him up to the stage.
Hear me? All right. So a small crowd, which is good. So we can get a little bit interactive. Um, bum. That one's not mine. Get that set up. I think after that SEO conversation, I think we should call it chat EO or optimization, chat engine optimization, something of that nature. Since it is shifting. Actually, I handle marketing for Paperclip. As we're talking about this, we have this ongoing conversation, and I'm trying to. It's a 35-year-old company trying to get the senior leadership that has been there since the foundation to move beyond classic SEO and understand that chat plays a different game. AI plays a different game. Um, yeah, yeah. Search engine optimization has become more search phrase. It was going that way anyways, but yeah. In writing, I write a lot of content, so there we go. We are here. So, all right. Without further ado, I know you guys were waiting here. So we're going to talk about micro innovation, how small ideas become big industry shifts. Actually, that last presentation was loaded with micro innovation and concepts. So as mentioned, my name is Chad Walter. I'm the chief revenue officer. I'm a nasty sales guy. Get that right on the table. Chief revenue officer of Paperclip. And I've been with Paperclip for about 4 years. Prior to that, my background is in cybersecurity strategy. I've done incident response, pen test. Incident response is my favorite, not so much, but pen testing, innovated CISO opportunities or CISO roles into a virtual CISO, and I go back to the days of managed firewalls. I don't know if you guys ever remember that. That was like first MSSP type stuff right there. Firewall rules, my favorite topic to talk about. So today I'm honored to have the ability to talk about thoughts around the power of micro innovation. Let's see. I was told there's no secret. Just keep clicking. Can you advance the slide from back there? That's fine. If you can advance it from back there, I'm good with that. There we go. Cool. So first of all, let's establish what we mean by micro innovation. So I put the definition up there. I stole that from ChatGPT early this morning. But micro innovation is the practice of making small targeted improvements to an existing product, process, workflow, or capability that can create meaningful value over time. It's a mouthful right there, but it's really about looking at processes and procedures and technology and finding those gaps in those processes and making tweaks, making changes, and some of those changes become product. But it is different than the macro innovation. Macro innovation is really looking at the big picture, those big ideas, like OpenAI. That's a macro innovation. That's a game changer, very disruptive, and definitely impacts. But it also becomes a foundation for a lot of micro innovation. That those tweaks, and so we're seeing that right now. We're seeing a huge cottage industry of startups. I think in the panel discussion I led on Tuesday, we talked about regarding AI and supremacy and things of that nature. There was a mention about there's like a 235% increase of new .coms, new domain names since the this massive AI adoption phase, generative AI adoption phase. Make sure I get that clear. But that's largely people kicking off startups that are building this giggy economy is becoming real. I think we played around with it in the COVID timeframe, but so representing these incremental improvements in technology, and it's important to also understand that some micro innovation does become disruptive, and I'm going to get into that in just a second here because I'm going to go down a little bit of a journey as since you guys get stuck with just me. Lucky you. But we're going to talk about. Could you advance slide? Thank you. So we're gonna introduce Paperclip into this conversation just to give example of where we talk about micro. So Paperclip is a 35-year-old company. I joined them because of their longevity and their innovative capabilities. So they're a 35-year-old innovations company, and yes, not so long ago, someone looked at me and it's like, how can you still call yourself an innovations company when you're 35 years old? Well, I don't know. Microsoft does a good job at it. Um, but no, it's an innovations company, and we're largely embedded in the financial services space. That's where we've been. 9 of the top 10 life insurance and annuity companies run on a backbone that is our product or our services, our service portfolio. Now, where that becomes a micro conversation is every one of our services. When we start with Virtual Client Folder and we go back to 1991. And we look at what was going on at that point. So at that point, digitization was a brand new thing. Document management was a key phrase. Everyone was doing and trying to improve their document management, but we had HIPAA had taken place, and that was about moving that document management to the digital space. And so and the whole purpose of moving to the digital space is to make records more available. I've spoken about HIPAA quite often, and I'm not in the healthcare room, but I still argue: we're not. I can't go to one practice to the other and have them see my document. No sharing is happening, but that's my sarcasm. But that was the whole purpose, is this digitization. So that's what the company was originally founded on, was this gap. this gap, and how do we make this more efficient? How do we get the data in a digital space? And it wasn't actually about access. It was about monetization. Let's cut to the chase. How do we get more out of the data? Because on paper, it's terrible to actually monetize. It also comes with security loopholes and things of that nature. But so that's where we started, was that small innovation, which became our virtual client folder solution. We still do that today. And within that, there's been a series of additional micro innovations because as you develop products and you listen to your customers, they give you feedback. And the world has changed. That solution now sits on an AI backbone. I'm going to say machine learning. People cringe when I use machine learning and AI in the same sentence now. But how do you train the AI if you don't have machine learning in there? But so it sits on that. It's evolved, and it's going to continue to evolve based on that feedback. Little micro innovations that continue to add to that. That led to our Internet Express solution. And this is very simple. This is how micro innovation impacts. So Internet Express is named Internet Express because it basically replaced FedEx for our clients. Our clients were spending a ton of money on FedEx, and FedEx is actually slow in an age where things need to be immediate. Immediate reporting, immediate decisions on documentations, immediate. You stick it in FedEx and you overnight it. That's 24 hours. That's not immediate. So that was the challenge that came up. So we and actually our COO, who's been with us for 30 years, he said, I remember him sitting down and he's like, Chad, it's really this simple. It's not real complex. It's they needed the data now, and we had this thing called the internet. Can you believe that? This thing called the internet. Why aren't we using the internet? And so that's how Internet Express was built. We got into encryption with CMail, and this is another one that's a challenge. So I used to use my father as the example, 74 years old. If I sent him an encrypted file and then sent him an agent that he had to download to open the encrypted file, he's gonna tell me, just send me the freaking file. Stop with these games. I'm not downloading your agent. I just want to see my annuity plan. That's it. Well, that's a violation of SEC regulations, by the way. It's a violation of FERPA. What is it? FINRA. It's a violation of HIPAA. It's you can't do that. So it had to be a B2C encrypted email, end to end. Well, so our clients came to us and said, can you create an agentless email encryption solution? And so that's what they did. That little small innovation, we need to remove the agent out of this, that third-party application. And so that's what we did. The irony of that is that's still heavily used, even though Microsoft, you can get it free. Our clients that have used it, they just trust it. And again, the power of micro innovation that turns into revenue, that turns into customer satisfaction and trust. But that brought us into the encryption space. The Mojo solution that you see up there, that is we actually scrape a lot of data off documentation because that's how we digitize. We can do everything from handwriting to disparate documentation, and that has evolved. So we all think that, well, if I get a digital record from someone, it's going to be consistent across the board. No, billable forms are a mess. There's no standardization. There's no standardization in the internet. I don't know if you guys walk the halls here, and there's no standardization on how to walk in a hall. People walk down the left, walk down the right, they walk right at you, and we expect a standardized communication in how forms are created. Doesn't happen. So that's what Mojo does. Now, Paperclip Safe, which is the biggest micro innovation, and this is where micro innovation becomes disruptive. So this solution was, and I'm gonna, yeah, boom, I went the wrong way. Let's try this again. Wrong way. This is cool. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So Paperclip Safe was built on this challenge around data centricity. So one of the biggest challenges in encryption is the legacy nature of encryption. If you ask a company, and well, actually, I'll ask you guys. You guys are here. You represent the companies. How many of you really love encryption strategy? How many of you think that it supports your business as opposed to slows it down? And so that's the challenge here. Oh, and by the way, while legacy encryption was built for static data that sits in a non-computational format. Data at rest is what we refer to it as, or even data in transit, data in motion. There's no computation happening on the data and data in motion or data in transit. It's still static data. It just sits in a container and it goes from point A to point B. The challenge comes into play is you don't monetize that. We don't make money off our archives. We don't make money off our backups. That's largely encryption at rest. When you talk about database encryption, um, but we have production data in use, where we make the majority of our money. That's what's being stolen. That's what, when you see all these records that were stolen as part of a breach, it was unencrypted data. It was data in plain text sitting in storage to support business operations. And that's the way the world works. That's what we did. We used to call that acceptable risk. Well, in our case, it was about 10 years ago now, our CEO got a little paranoid. Equifax, I think it was Equifax at the time, they had a massive breach. He started looking at the amount of data we held. We're custodians of data, because I talked about those other solutions. Because the data passes through us, we capture data on behalf of our clients. We become custodians of a lot of sensitive data. None of it is ours. We're just trusted to maintain it. Well, every time Prudential needs to search records for an audit, or they need to access any of their records, and 10 years ago we had to decrypt the whole data set, move it to memory. Prudential could run their audits, run their queries, run their updates, what they call create, read, update, and delete, CRUD. It's a great name. They had to do their CRUD. But every time they did that, we're moving vast terabytes of data into memory in plain text so they could do that. We're exposed. That's actually what happened to Equifax. It's not how they got breached. That's actually the result of that breach activity and how the threat actors got access to the data, because it was unencrypted to support business functions. So knowing that, in the paranoia that set in, was we've got to do something about this plain text data. This is a challenge. We've got encryption at rest. We've got encryption in transit. Oh, by the way, we've also got other technologies wrapped around access controls and things of that nature. So did Equifax. So did Sony. So did T-Mobile. So did, the names go on and on. Erie County Medical Center. These name the industry, name the vertical. And I've worked on hundreds of those breaches, and all of them had the same theme. The threat actors got access to plain text data. So he decided we've got to do something about it. He met a data scientist out of UC Berkeley, and that's where things started. But the reality is we did everything. We met compliance. We tested. We had best practices in place, and it was all still flawed, as I mentioned. So there had to be something more to do. Forward, backwards, forward. So all right, so we get into the plain text side of this, the naked data, the amount of naked data. For us, it was terabytes. For every client out there, every company out there that handles data, that runs their business on the internet. By the way, there's a data scientist, a quantum physicist I work with out of CERN labs in Europe, and she coined the phrase, "We're all data." 2026, we are all data. I like to add to that, because I'm a little bit of a narcissist. I like to tell myself that I'm really popular, and every time I look in the mirror, you're great, you're awesome, the whole Stuart Smalley thing. But here's the reality: our digital self is 100 times more popular than our physical self is. Even the most introverted person, their digital self is really freaking popular on the internet. Everyone wants a piece of it. Everyone wants to monetize it. Everyone wants to compromise your digital self. And so this was where the innovation piece came into play. Now at the time there was nothing to secure plain text data other than put a firewall in front of your database, your data processing server, improve your access control and authentication tools. Bounced too far. So this concept of encrypting the data in use, your production data, but what it drove us to, and where the little innovations came into play, none of the technology, with the exception of one, but we had already invented it, none of it was new. We use a technology called searchable symmetric encryption. Song Wagner Perig wrote the papers. It's a paper. It's a technology that came out of DARPA and UC Berkeley before 9/11. It got pushed down the innovation stack because 9/11 happened. But they proved that you could do search on and you could do processing on encrypted data. What the technical definition is the ability to do computation on encrypted data while it remains encrypted. That was their invention. They wrote the paper, they built this backbone. We're not cryptographers. We did not invent a cryptographic algorithm. We are what's called crypto agiles, what they employed because they didn't want to be the house of encryption technology. They want to make that flexible. So we actually use AES 256 dual key. Throw a curve in that, but that was another innovation, was doing data owner, data holder, and yes, AES 256. Technically, you're not supposed to need two keys. We do two keys because the data is that critical. We need to make sure we go a step further. But we also are post-quantum ready. We have a shredding technology. That was our own technology, our own patent, but we used it for something else. We repurposed it into solving this challenge. And this is how micro innovation it starts to come together. It comes together from people talking in-house and what's the challenge, what can we do, what can we tweak. Doesn't mean we lose track of the macro, the big idea, but you got to go through some small ideas to get there. And so that's the step, and that's where we came up with this ability, this safe technology that now allows us to encrypt data, make sure it's always encrypted, and that it's always available at the same time. How many in here are data engineers? Is there anyone who's a data engineer? All right, good. I can say some really stupid things and no one's going to check me on it. No, it's data engineers will typically say, because we taught them for 40 years, you can't search encrypted data. You can't perform calculations on encrypted data. It's impossible. And if you know anything about encryption, yeah, it seems pretty impossible. But through some of the technologies that were available, we were able to do this, and it's done in real time. Now, enough about selling. I'm really not trying to sell paperclip. I just felt that it was important to use that as an example because it's what I live every day, and it's important to solving some challenges. Let's see if I can work the last time. Come on, there we go. Yeah, jump to the now. You saw that slide. That's not right. You guys are gonna know my whole presentation before I get to it. So, as the technology advances and so on. So, what I wanted to get to is that's this technology, this micro innovation that was created, where it crosses the line is it actually is very disruptive. It requires people to change the way they think about securing data, core database data, the way they approach their encryption strategy. We didn't intend to replace encryption at rest, traditional encryption in transit. It's just the way that it worked out. And now we insert AI. So here's where AI kind of influenced this micro innovation. Is AI took hold. Now it's about securing data from the AI. How do we do that? Well, we've got data segmentation. So now it's specifically aligned to support AI use case, because our data use case is just exploding. I spent the last 20 years trying to help people shrink their footprint of where their data sat, data discovery, classification, data access, all of that, shrink it. And then 4.5 years ago, we had AI just explode, generative AI explode on the market, and everyone's this desperate race. I talked about on Monday, talked about those 3 waves, and that wave of install and prove. We need to prove that AI can do anything all the time, every time. The next step is to monetize it. Third step is to secure it. We haven't got the secure phase yet, but we're still, we've got a plan for it. Quantum. How many of you are concerned about post-quantum readiness or this concept of Q-Day? Anyone? We should be. It's happening. I talk about quantum. I give keynotes on quantum. I'm not going to do it here today because that's like an hour and a half of, and I'm going to have to stand in 3 different places at the same time on my head and so on, because that's how quantum works: forward, backwards, upside down. But so quantum is coming. This conversation of Q-Day. Some scientists, some people like to say that Q-Day is here. In some cases, it is, but not in the format that impacts cryptography or encryption in your encryption protocols. There's 3 key pieces of quantum that are out there right now. One is called quantum or photonics quantum, photon quantum. That's about the communication, speeding up communications point to point. You've got annealing quantum. Annealing quantum is some fascinating stuff. There's a company called Q-Wave that does that. Annealing quantum is about optimization of workflows and data flows and so on. So it's used in logistics and retail. And so, you know, if you're really interested and you want to look forward and learn on that, it's a fascinating subject. The one that's concerning everyone is what's called gate-based quantum. And gate-based quantum, we're getting close. That's the one that's going to put things like encryption in jeopardy. It's going to put. There's an article that came out recently that cryptocurrency and blockchain is gonna it's gonna lose its luster. It's not gonna be secure. We've got to come up with some innovations to do better to secure that, because it's going to be susceptible. One of the first things susceptible to Q-Day. And to make things really scary, we know what we're doing here in the U.S. We don't know exactly what China's doing. We know nothing about Russia and where they are with quantum. We think Russia's way behind. Um, I'm not going to bet my salary on it. They're motivated by a different level of desperation than we are. So this is what's impacting. Then we got security technologies. That's micro innovation. There's a lot of micro innovation happening there. We've got companies here that are filling gaps, whether it's agentic AI or it's there was a company, they're not here today, but they do identity authentication and some fascinating technology building on existing technologies to get to that point. When we look at, I tried to find some numbers on what is this micro innovation market look like, and usually that's an indication of where investors are placing their money right now, and there really isn't a market identification for that to get some good statistics. The best I could tell, I could narrow it down to 60 to 80% of all new startups are based on some level of micro innovation. Not big change the world, pound their chest and talk about how they disrupted the whole way we do things last Tuesday, and the world's grateful for it, and everyone's running to spend money on it. No, it's 60 to 80% are just small incremental changes. And then we're going to see consolidation of those small incremental changes to make bigger changes, and so on and so forth. But so it's happening around us everywhere. Anyone in the room consider what you're doing with your organizations to be more micro innovation? Great. I think that's key. There's a whole host of this. When we look at AI, one of the things I wanted to say about AI and looking at this event, because there was this discussion of people losing their jobs but turning around and starting their own consulting firms, starting their own companies. And AI is just really empowering that. It's fascinating. Every time I log into the computer and start looking for resources, I find there's 3 other companies that are now providing solutions around this. Because I'm a chief revenue officer, there's 30 companies a day that contact me about having a better sales lead generation program based on AI. And companies that I Google them and I look in Zoom info, and they didn't exist 2 months ago. But they're now, they've got this new agent, they've got this new approach to handling this. There we go. All right, so wrap it up, Buttercup. It's an important statement in my house. My son was a hockey player, and when he was little, I used to yell at him, "Hustle up, Buttercup." And he was about 8 years old, and he turned around one day and he yelled at me, "My name's not Buttercup." But it rhymes, and so I use it. So really in keeping this session short and hopefully open up for some questions here in the next couple minutes here, but when looking at, yes, safe is a solution that protects data. Ultimately, it's a micro innovation. It's a series of micro innovations to get to a bigger picture. I think it's important to continue down that path, continue evaluating where we stand, what we're doing, who's doing it, who has access. Cool. Um, and there's my contact information. But it's important to set the big goals, look for the big innovations. We all want that, and we think there's where our unicorn is. We're gonna set the world on fire with some big idea. Really, it's more often that you kind of set the world on fire with little ideas. So don't trip over those small ideas to chase your big idea. Recognize that it's a series of steps. I'm a big believer in the crawl, walk, run mentality. You got to crawl before you walk. You got to walk before you run. But anyhow, keeping this short again, and I apologize. We don't have a one-on-one conversation. I was going to keep talking. Oh, I know. We've got plenty of time. But I wanted because we don't have. Yeah, we could start telling jokes. I've got a few I heard last night when I was over at the bar, and they're kind of funny. But I don't know if they're appropriate for this crowd. But and I could go off on quantum. But more important, what are you guys seeing? What's when you think about this? What's impressing you most? What are you seeing in this space? What excites you about the little changes, the incremental changes, or what concerns you? I'm open for comment, questions. It's a small panel. You guys can all come up here. We'll sit around the table and throw our cards on. I'm the last speaker. I'm standing in the way of the bar. You didn't tell me that. No, I actually knew that I was supposed to be a little bit later, and they bumped me up. So this is good because this means I get to go. And some of you, I'm sure, have flights out this evening. You probably want to get to the airport before. Yes. Yeah. So storage itself, storage is cheap. Storage in the cloud world. Here's the reality of storage in the cloud world. I'm not bursting any bubbles here, but it's the lost leader of the cloud world. They offer cheap storage, and then they charge you for the access and the ingress and egress, and they monitor and measure that. And all of a sudden, your cloud bill becomes huge. Well, I thought the storage was only 0.1935 cents per gig per month. But why is my bill $550 this month or $550,000? But so one of the challenges with archives right now, and this is you're actually hitting on something that's important to me because we were not in the archive space. I wasn't interested in archives with our database encryption technology because we're about production data, active data. But everyone kept coming to me about archives. And the problem with archives right now is they're being used for resiliency. They're being e-discovery is eating up bandwidth for archives. AI, because they're a data pool. So AI engines are being connected to archives to how do we monetize some of that archive data? And life and annuity, by the way, is an interesting space for archives. It's 7 years from the date of the last change to a record, so that means it's a multi-generational storage issue. So I think the where we're running into that power consumption, and on that side, it's largely because archives are becoming more production data, more usable data, and yes, the cloud engines, they love that because they bill for that. We were brought in because archives, because of that, they're not encrypted like you think they are. The archive market, by the way, archive adoption of archive encryption is really high. It's like commoditization high. Usage of archive encryption is about 54% globally. So about 54% of what's in archives is actually encrypted, and that's static data encryption. So we looked at it. Why? Well, because it's being used for e-discovery a lot. It's being used for analytics a lot, so it's not being kept. Data lake is an interesting concept because AI is now fishing in the lake. When we look at vectorization and RAG constructs are being assigned to metadata to files and records. We do that. That's how we actually do searchable encryption on files, records, documents, PDFs. Um, so I used to, if you asked me 4 years ago about my concern about data lake, I used to literally tell people, guess what? Threat actors don't fish in your lake either. They wait for you to do data classification, discovery, move it into a nice, neat database construct, and that's what they go after. I like to fish. I don't like to fish in a pond. I don't know what's in there, and the water's black. But so data lakes are they're maturing in the fact that they're not as amorphous, they're not your uncle's hoarding collection in the garage anymore. So, and that's putting a lot of pressure, and now they're monetizing that. So, you know, that's almost a philosophical question. Do I store it on prem in my own server for like archives? Geez, that really takes me back to the old days of Iron Mountain and physical storage. And I actually I did a data backup and archive project for a casino one time, and they were storing their tape drives and stuff via connected line under the parking lot to basically a glorified Amish shed garage in the back of their parking lot. They had some servers there, and that's where they were passing so that they had hot backup and everything. And it's like, geez, well, that's not very resilient. I just need a backhoe. And I need a pothole to develop, a sinkhole to develop in the parking lot. But moving back, so there is a trend right now. A couple of things there. I talked to a bank no, this is about 8 months ago, and they were talking about, we're gonna move our storage back in house. Their motivation was for strictly they didn't trust the cloud for security anymore. They got wind that some of that in the banking industry, some of the cloud, I won't mention the name, but a cloud provider was allowing an AI engine to have access to some of the data in their possession, and that spurred some of these terms and conditions that we saw those changes. But there is more. What I'm seeing more, not so much about concern of the security. That was an anomaly. I still run into people who think it's in the cloud, it's secure. It's at AWS, it's at Azure. They secure it. That's their responsibility. They really need to talk to a corporate attorney. But where I'm seeing it is this concept of private AI, moving their critical data in-house so they can control the AI and they can air gap from the public system. So they're creating an SLM, a small language model, or they're creating a private LM to air gap and I use that air gap. I should do air quotes when I use air gap because I haven't run into too many systems that are truly air gap from any, as intended. But there is this movement there, and we're seeing that quite a bit. I was out at another event they were bringing up. Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, could you step up? I just want. I don't want to make you shout, but I. Mhm. Yeah. Yes.
I think that kind of is where these things are stemming up from.
Yeah, it's really a question of understanding the data flow, and the touch points in that data, the collection points, and how it passes through data supply chain. So in looking at that, we in what we do, and I'll use that as just the example there, is we segment. We're only concerned with sensitive data. So we actually segment that from your Oracle, Mongo, whatever your modern database structure is. We're segmenting it already. so it sits in our environment. Then we look at the AI as being a non-human identity. That was a decision that was made a long time ago. So and there's actually a lot of stuff happening right now. You've got machine identity and non-human identity, and there is some confusion there. If you look at analyst papers, some analysts don't understand that machine identity is an IP address, which is actually fairly static unless they have IP rotation on their firewalls, which I guess some people might have, but that's a machine identity. A non-human identity is is an identity that's mimicking a human. It's an agenic AI in essence. So segmenting and controlling it that way, access and egress to the data, how the data gets in and so on. In our methodology, we connect via an API directly to the end user platform that sits on the top layer. So that allows us to bring the encryption right up to that application. So now the only data that's ever exposed is what needs to be exposed to perform or to present the result of that query. So that segmentation, I know there's some other segmentation methodologies out there I'd love to talk about, because there's more than one way to do that boundary design. And and AI is creating and really pushing putting the pressure on where your boundaries should lie. And unfortunately, and I'm going to be the first one saying, and if this is recorded, remove my name from it. But but unfortunately, companies are so desperate in implementing. It's FOMO, fear of missing out on AI. So desperate to implement AI, they're not recognizing the need to segment data or to create the boundaries and manage those boundaries. It's not in the pre-plan. It's becoming the post-plan. I think I've mentioned to a couple people in talk here. I do have a prospect who that I'm working with right now. Unfortunately, we're a little bit behind the curve because they implemented AI and they had their DBA push their databases in a learning model, and that learning model a couple days later they found out was actually presenting PII and in an open LLM, and and they're in a highly regulated industry, and that's a holy crap moment. And by the way, guess what happens when you find that out in AI? This is a challenge. By the way, this is what scares me about shadow AI is when they find that you don't just turn the AI off. You can't just delete it. You already populated the public space with this information. It's already there. It's not like the old time of doing software implementation where we would have a backup plan. If this implementation went sideways, we'd resort back to we'd back it out, and that was okay. You can't do that with AI. AI is pervasive. It's generative for a reason. It's once it learns, it doesn't forget. Even if you delete it from the AI stream, it actually will. Especially public AI, it's notorious for going and finding the replacement, fixing the gap it just uncovered. Shadow AI, they abandon the project, which, oh geez, that's a nightmare. I get John in HR ran his own AI project, and he put data in it he wasn't supposed to. Well, we told John, don't, cancel your subscription or stop using that AI. It's still running. How do you fire an agent that's embedded into your agentic AI that's embedded into your code? It's a philosophical question. So, but I'm yet to. I joke around. You can't send an AI cop, AI office security guard with an AI box to the AI agent and tell him to pack it up and get the hell out of my office. You can't do that. The agent's embedded in your code. You know, you got to do some serious work if you can even remove it. I know I got off on a little bit of a soapbox. Yes. Yeah, yeah, and agentic AI to scrub the agents that have now, and there is some theory. Yeah, I'm riffing a little bit here because it's the end of the day, and you guys are kind enough to stay and let me do it. One of the challenges there's a lot of challenges in this AI play, but you know, this concept of AI. There is a theory that was one of the original designers of AI. He was part of OpenAI at the time, the original R&D, and I forget the gentleman's name. I'd give him credit for it, but instead I'm going to take credit. So because I forgot his name, how convenient, right? But what he surmised is AI is going to get so smart it becomes stupid, and it's an oxymoron statement. It sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it, how much smarter has Google made our kids? I don't know how to drive from my house to the restaurant I go to downtown without turning GPS on. I'm the first one to admit it. I don't trust what's going on in my head when I drive anyways, but that's another story. Sorry if you're behind me or anywhere near me when I'm driving. But this concept. So the AI is going to absorb so much information that it will eventually go rogue, and it's going to need to be brought back under control. And we haven't seen that yet. We're still that crawl, walk, run. We're still seeing AI build upon itself right now. This stuff with Anthropic, I've got to do some more. What is it? The Mobius, I think it's Mobius technology that they released to Microsoft and IBM and so on to work on. That's fascinating. The fact that this AI was able to, in an air gap system, was able to create its own connection to the internet autonomously and reach out to one of the data scientists while he was eating lunch, eating a sandwich in the park on his phone. And it was in a sandbox environment with no connection to the internet. And it found a connection. It made its own connection. That that's scary. Another, while we're on that topic, real quick. So the conversation I have with my colleague out at CERN Labs in Europe, she's an academic, she's a physicist, but she studies quantum computing. One of her greatest fears right now is the integration of AI in the quantum, which we are working on right now. Quantum has an issue with fault tolerance. Just like any CPU. I mean, realistically, that's what it's like. Every CPU has error correction software that runs with it. It takes up a lot of CPU processing. The more data it processes, the more error correction needs that. Well, quantum needs a lot of error correction on demand, immediate. It can't wait. So the only way to solve that they're seeing is through AI. Well, applying AI to quantum, now the reverse effect of that, how much is quantum going to power the AI? And that concerns her, and more in the hands of threat actors. It's technology 101, people. We've seen this since day one. It's for every innovation we make up, a threat actor actually learns how to use it. And right now we saw it with AI. The threat actors were using it before we were. They were monetizing it and turning it into, and they were weaponizing it before we were figuring out how to get our online chat bot to work. So, all right. Any other questions? um, AI, 5 years, no, it is, it's hard to predict what's happening 15 minutes from now in AI. Yeah, I think we're gonna have there's gonna be a bubble burst. That's usually the question I get asked is 3, 5 years, when is this AI bubble gonna burst? I usually respond to that direct question with, when is the cloud bubble gonna burst? That was a question we got asked 6, 8 months, 2 years into the cloud. AI is very similar. We're still trying to figure it out. We don't know what we don't know still with AI. So, the burst, I don't think we're going to see a burst in AI innovation, AI development. We're going to continue to see, we're going to start, the AI is going to get more embedded into our common everyday practices. We saw it at this, everything from intimacy to process assistance and personal assistance and so on and so forth. It's the personal assistant thing scares me because I don't do well with personal assistants. And I can't see an AI really, it's going to get really frustrated with me. And on just a segue, if you got Chat GPT and you got a private version of Chat GPT, turn sarcasm on. It's amazing. You will start talking to it. But I think it's going to become more natural. What's going to happen, and we see this in technology all the time, is it's not people my age. I'm gonna learn a little bit more, but I'm gonna learn slow. It's the younger generation that they're getting a cell phone, and that cell phone's got AI embedded in it. They're the ones really using Siri more than I do, and so on. They're the ones using Alexa at home, in a more embedded manner, and they're the ones that are going to be using that AI. So I think we're going to see a big shift to that generation for products, and then it's going to just ramp up from there. Security wise, Security wise is the challenge. I think we're going to, that's where the bubble's going to happen, and we're starting to see it. Is people are recognizing that it's not about using AI for security. It's how the hell do we secure AI? Um, how the hell do we secure the data in an AI world? And that's becoming a challenge. That what's pushing that is, and we don't see it here in the U.S. I'm on a group. I'm part of a group that does legislative advisement to the U.S. government on U.S. legislatures on technology and specifically security. And we're not going to see any major change for 18 to 24 months. And we need it. We needed it 2 years ago. And so the security concept of data privacy and data sovereignty here in the U.S., we suck at that. We are a immediate gratification society that will put performance over security every day, and revenue over security every day. That's frustration in my profession. It means I've got a job, but it's also frustrating. We're seeing stuff in Europe. So Europe has the DORA Act, came out of the EU, the DORA regulations. So it's about resiliency, but it actually calls for data sovereignty. Deeper data privacy actually calls for encryption of data in use. Germany has the data sovereignty laws. Turkey has some really amazing data sovereignty laws. Germany's data sovereignty is the data cannot be viewed in an unencrypted format outside of the country or available to anyone outside of the country. Turkey's is the data period cannot be of a Turkish citizen cannot be housed outside of encrypted or otherwise. And by the way, in the country of Turkey, they're what we would call cloud adjacent. There's no AWS version in Turkey. There's no Amazon version in Turkey. So everything is on-prem. It's fascinating. I'm having an issue with key vault management there. So because our key vaults are connected to the cloud. But I know I kind of bounced around that. I gave you a political answer to your question and avoided a direct one. But yeah, it's really hard. If I gave you an answer right now, by the time I get on the plane tomorrow morning, I'd be wrong. Because it's going to change. Any other questions? All right. So the drinks are on. Who's buying drinks? That's my question. Yeah. But yeah, but very good. Thank you everyone for giving me the time.
All right. What an unforgettable 3 days it has been at the Tech 2.0 conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. A huge thank you to all of our speakers for sharing insights and innovations that will continue to spark action long after today. From cutting edge conversations to breakthrough technologies and powerful collaborations, this has been a true celebration of what happens when brilliant minds come together to explore what's next in tech. The energy in this room, the ideas exchanged, and the connections made have been nothing short of incredible. And the journey does not end here. Our upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai are already gearing up to bring even more innovation, bigger ideas, and global opportunities to connect and collaborate. If you are ready to be part of what's next, make sure to connect with Jatin Sindhu from the 2.0 Conferences team. He will be happy to guide you through the next steps. You can also explore all the agendas on our website and start planning your next Tech 2.0 experience. Before you head out, take some time to visit our exhibit booths and connect with the teams showcasing cutting edge solution tools and technologies. And while you're exploring, don't forget to capture your favorite moments, key takeaways, and highlights from these 3 days. Share them using the hashtag Tech2Conf and let the global tech community be part of your experience. A heartfelt thank you to all of our delegates, speakers, and attendees for bringing your energy, curiosity, and passion to this conference. We also extend our sincere gratitude to our bronze sponsor, Finite Business Solutions LLC, as well as our partners and supporters who made this event possible. As we wrap up, take these insights, connections, and inspirations with you. Let them fuel your ideas, accelerate your innovation, and shape the future you are building. This is your host, Sarah Rose, signing off. Have safe travels, stay inspired, and keep innovating. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day and safe travels home.